'Cause all we need is candlelight, you and me, and a bottle of wine to hold you tonight. Well, we know I'm going away, and how I wish it weren't so. So take this wine and drink with me. Let's delay our misery. Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone.
There's a log on the fire, and it burns like me for you. Tomorrow comes with one desire, to take me away. It's true. It ain't easy to say goodbye, darling. Please don't start to cry, 'cause you know I've got to go. And Lord, I wish it wasn't so.
Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone.
Tomorrow comes to take me away. I wish that I could stay.
Girl, you know I've got to go, and how I wish it wasn't so. Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Save tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow I'll be gone. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I'll fear myself.
Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never leave the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. Oh, 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 I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never leave the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now.
A Greenie Ushla, Fáilte go Auraclan George Bernard Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the George Bernard Shaw Theatre. Tug second anish gon an Doris Egandála is Congri a Hort Fujara. Please take a moment to note the location of the nearest emergency exit. Tá Coshk Cahav Tabak, úsáid de Camry agus Gleasanna Tafada. Smoking is prohibited in this building, as is the use of cameras and recording equipment. Muach gach phone poca le de hell. Please turn off all mobile phones. Sig sheer, lig de ski, agus buen tanavas on show. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the performance.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to perform. But listen, I'd like to welcome everybody here to Carlow. This is our second event for the Employers Forum. And I'd particularly like to welcome all our colleagues in residential care and particularly our students who have come to attend today. My name is Mark Smith and I'm the Director of Special Care Services. But more importantly, I'm a residential worker, and I've been a residential worker for, I think somebody said 100 years. So I've been around a long time. But the Employers Forum was a group of people to sort of saying is, what can we work together? The kind of residential services are a significant part of social care delivery in Ireland. We represent, I would say, kind of 100 plus private services. I think it's 60 plus toothless services, and I think it's 40 voluntary services. So we're a significant employer in the area. And we've sort of come together to look at things of common interest. So we're looking at sort of issues around sort of training, we're looking at issues around practice, but we also sort of said is, like, you know, residential care sometimes gets a bad reputation. It's sometimes seen as a last resort, but there's lots to celebrate around what residential care is. And particularly, I think this year is a big year for social care, but also residential services. This year, we will, be through the final phase of registration, and from the 1st of December, registration will be enacted. So that's certainly a big thing, considering the first meeting I went to about registration was in 1989. So we've been thinking about it a long time. So it's great to see it sort of finally coming through. But when we sort of got together as a group of employers, we were sort of saying is, what are the key things about residential care? What is the most important skills that residential care workers kind of have, and how can we talk about those skills and maybe enhance the skills and talk to our colleagues who are our future colleagues in terms of students. And what we sort of looked on was probably the most important thing is how we build relationships. Residential care is all about building those relationships with the young people. And we've got people who are going to talk to us about that, who have got experience in residential care, but also experience in training, but also from the likes of special care, where a relationship has to be built sometime in the absolute moment that a young person's at their most vulnerable and most difficult and most challenging. So that's what the theme of today will be. And I hope we have a panel discussion. When you've listened to all the speakers, we'll be sort of coming back in the afternoon to a panel discussion, but we'll be also celebrating. And what we'll be celebrating is the excellent work that goes on in residential services. And it is truly excellent work. I've the privilege to be involved in the National Sortusa services, but also through the Employers Forum. We do hear of great work going on, and it's a great day that we can come around and celebrate that. So hopefully you all stay around for the awards. But just to open the day, I'm going to call on Rosario Mannion, who is from People and Change in Tusa, to give us an opening address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, colleagues. It's my absolute honour to welcome you to the second conference from Children's Residential Services here in this magnificent centre in Carlow. I am delighted to meet and engage and chat with such a diverse group this morning: students, researchers, professionals from across the country and indeed internationally. You are all so welcome. Your presence signifies a shared passion for residential services and social care, and thank you for choosing to be here. I was strolling around the centre this morning, which is absolutely magnificent, and I noticed the values on the wall here in the Visual Centre Carlow. They're displayed and they say, we care, we are relevant, we are here for everyone. And it just struck me that it is very opportune for today's event and social care professionals who are, above all, a values-driven profession in residential services. As Mark has said, the theme of today's conference is relationship building. And we all know positive relationships are not just nice to have, but they are a fundamental aspect of high-quality social care that must be cultivated and promoted at all levels, every day, in all our interactions and in all that we do. Relationship building doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen by chance. It takes time, effort, and commitment, particularly in the challenging times. Over the past decade, as we all know, demand for services has grown significantly, and the need for skilled, compassionate social care professionals has never been greater. Across Ireland, the need is growing for professional social care workers, bringing empathy, skill, and resilience to this work. I want to thank and commend all staff who choose to work in children's residential care services. This is a choice. It is perhaps one of the most challenging areas that you can choose to work in. And the public, our children, are better for you having made that choice. And a sincere thank you for that. I want to particularly commend the staff in Tusla. We have an outstanding team of staff. We have outstanding teams in the community, in the voluntary, in the statutory, in the non-for-profit sector. In Tusla, our staff, very ably led by William, Mark, the persons in charge, their teams, our frontline service workers, are making an extraordinary difference, and we want to thank and appreciate you for all you do in that work, day in, day out. You are giving of yourselves to support others. You are making lives better, and you are doing that every day by choice. Coming to work on the good days and the challenging days, always showing up and giving of your best. It has been a particularly difficult time for staff, and I want to acknowledge each and every one of you for what you continue to do and your work in the service. As we all know, recruitment and retention remains an ongoing challenge, particularly in children's residential services. And we can only address this working collaboratively and together, building relationships. There are many exciting opportunities available in Tusla. We've had many new developments. And we are always recruiting and have a range of support for our staff, mentoring, coaching, leadership development, and above all, supportive leadership, supportive colleagues, and high-functioning teams. So if you are seeking an opportunity and you want to join the team in Tusla, please have a chat with me today or follow up with me afterwards. And I particularly say that to the students here present. We really need you with us in our organisation, in our agency, and there are fantastic opportunities. I thank and commend all members of the Children's Residential Services Employers Forum for your work, promoting roles in social care, building relationships with colleagues, colleges, students, education providers, government colleagues, leadership, and a big thank you to the organisation committee for today's event. And of course, a very big thank you and shout out to our own Anne Carl, People and Change, for all you have done, Anne, in putting this conference together and for all you do on the Employers Forum. We thank you and appreciate you. I welcome all our speakers and I thank you for giving so generously of your time and expertise. Your contributions on relationship building will add great value and I deeply appreciate your support. As Mark mentioned earlier, the awards programme is a fundamental part of this interaction, and in the afternoon we will recognise the outstanding contributions and innovations made daily by individuals and teams across children's residential services. The nominations are a reminder of the innovation and the excellence happening across our services every day. The judging panels were so challenged in selecting winners in each category, and all nominations and all applicants really deserve a mention for your great work and included in the recognition of students on placement as well. This gathering, colleagues, is not just an event. It comes at a crucial time. It is a moment to pause, connect, and celebrate the work of every residential social care worker and everybody involved in the residential childcare teams. Each of you carries stories, experiences, and impact that can ripple far beyond today and into people's lives. Today is a platform for knowledge, for sharing, for collaboration, but most importantly, for relationship building. Thank you again for choosing to be here today, for choosing to work in this sector, and choosing to make lives better every day. Enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosarie. I'm just going to call the first speaker, Dr. John Digney. John has worked with vulnerable young people since 1991 and John is currently the National Training and Learning Coordinator for TUSLA. John is a professional certification in psychotherapy, psychoanalysis, coaching and other qualifications, psychology, management, facilitation, adult education, and his PhD is examining humour in our work with troubled young people. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Mark. There's a lot in there, really, isn't there?
Yeah.
Mark said at the beginning, he's the director for special care services, but mostly at heart he's a social care worker. He's a child care worker. And whatever you've heard there, at my heart, that's what I am. I started off looking for a degree in psychology. I wanted to be a psychologist. I'm sure who wouldn't back then. And when I finished doing that, I sort of stumbled into social care. I ended up getting employed in Oberstown Boys Centre, or special school as was known as back in the early 90s. I reckoned I'd do a year, maybe 2 years, and then go back to college to get my master's. But what happens sometimes is you get infected. I got infected with the belief in the work that I was doing. Wasn't really sure at the time what it was. 35 odd years later, I'm still not sure if I know what it is. But what I do know is that it certainly can make a difference. It can make a difference in the lives of kids. There's a lot of people in the room here who know me, and they know that I've got 20 minutes here, and that usually is the amount of time it takes me to get started, so I'm going to have to try and speed things up a little bit. I want to share a few slides. I'm just looking here, I have 17. So that's what, 1 a minute, which isn't too bad for me. Around about 20 years, 25 years ago maybe, I fell into this group of people internationally who talked about a thing called relational practice. In fact, it was called relational child and youth care practice, and it sounded good. It sounded like the sort of stuff that we needed to be doing. We weren't really working from any sort of a relational model back then. We did try and create relationships with kids, but ultimately we had a behavioural management system, behaviour modification system. You know these things, level systems, star charts, and we had a huge reliance on those. But we did realise that they weren't really very effective. You could help change someone's behaviour in a particular situation, but we were dealing with kids who were in a secure environment. And if they wanted extra pocket money, if they wanted to go to the gym, they had to behave a little bit better. And that was okay whenever the rewards meant something to them, but when the rewards, if they wanted to run away or run home, having an extra 50 pence in their tuck shop, pence we were talking back then, it didn't have that value, but what we found was that the holding value was in the relationship. So my quest really was about trying to understand that a little bit better. Myself and a friend from Scotland, we have been writing together for about 15 years, and around about 5 or 6 years ago we decided that we wanted to really uncover what it meant to be relational, and how to relate, and how to actually build those relationships and use those relationships. So I'm going to share, like I say, a few slides. This is a busy one. Okay. Now, just to say, I have a few books with me back here, so if anybody's really quick, and talk to Anne nicely, you might go away with one. But a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about here, and I'm only going to talk about 3 of these, show up in some of these books. This is the results of our almost 2 years research. What we did was we reached out to leaders in the world, all around the world, who we knew to be experts in what was known as relational practice. People from practice, people who were managers, who were clinicians, people who taught in universities and colleges, but people who were contributing to this relational child and youth care field. And we asked them one question: what, in your opinion, is the most effective or essential elements of relational practice? We got 220 something responses. We filtered them down, and we ended up with these 25, what we call threads. Okay, there's a whole story behind that, which I won't go into. Some of those talk very clearly to the whole notion of how do we think about relationships. And I'm highlighting 3 there in red. Hopefully it's showing up. Connecting and wanting to connect. Communications and having active communications. And being safety oriented, understanding safety. And these are 3 of the core aspects of actually being able to create any chance of having a relationship. But we talk about, relationships being the core. Absolutely, they're the vehicle that we do our work through. But as Rosario said, they don't just happen. There's something that we have to know what we're trying to achieve and how to go about doing that. So within the whole realm of communication, the thing that came back was that it's not just about being able to communicate, because we can do that, but it's actually making sure that our messages are landing the way we want them to, and also making sure that the messages that are being sent to us are landing. And I'm not talking about email messages and text messages. I'm talking about when we're in conversation with someone. I know what I want to say to you, but sometimes my understanding of particular words might be different to the way you interpret them. So active communication is just making sure it's active listening, it's checking in, that our message is getting across, but also that it's coming back. It's about the verbal, it's about the non-verbal, and it's about the other stuff that we do. That sort of way we communicate brain to brain in a way that we can't see or really measure. Almost like Peter Drucker says, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. And quite often that's true behaviour. We have to become experts at decoding behaviour, because behaviour, after all, is the fundamental way that every creature communicates something or another. Communication and action with small kids, with bigger kids, and with adults, can look a bit like this. Kids who shut themselves away, isolate themselves, that's communicating something to us. Kids who are tugging out of us, pulling out of us. Kids who are just out of control and don't seem to be able to manage what's going on for themselves. Kids who go off and do things to themselves. My youngest chap, he's 16. Last week I had to bring him into Drogheda. He wanted to get a bar in his eyebrow. So that's my fourth kid now. And he says, yeah, this is my first, what did he call it? My first physical something or other. Anyway, what is that saying? He's trying to find his own identity, and this is a part of his journey. So we don't judge these things. Kids who are promiscuous, kids who dress up, what's it saying? We have to become experts at understand communication and understand behaviour. And quite often what these kids are saying is that, look at me, I'm here. Whenever you're working in social care, and particularly in residential care, and someone says, oh, for fuck's sake, not you again. How do we interpret that? Yeah. That happened. I think it happens to a lot of us, but it happened to me maybe 25 years ago. A young kid who I got on particularly well with, I turned up to Oberstown one day, came in the door, and that was exactly what greeted me. And I walked into the office and I said, what's going on? Well, nothing, he's in good form. Happened for 3 or 4 more times over the next week or two. And I couldn't figure it out, and eventually I said it to Basil, and Basil was a colleague of mine. He was a couple of years older and a bit more experienced, and he says, John, do you not understand? He says, he's looking for something from you. If he didn't like you and didn't want you to be here, he wouldn't be waiting for you at the door, because he says he checks when are you in. He comes in and he asks when's Sean back in. If we were to just go by what the manifest behaviour is telling us, quite often we become very reactive. I wish I'd known this 25 years ago or 30 years ago, because we react a lot to behaviour as opposed to try and understand what it's telling us. So understanding communication, I say it's hugely important. What is the message? It's a part of also being able to connect with someone. We have to be listening with our eyes, with our ears, with our mind, and with our heart. And it's a natural process. I wanted to put a picture of my new little granddaughter up there, but I sent the messages to Anne too late to do that. I'm going to say I broke into, but I managed to find my way into the Lourdes Hospital the morning that Maya was born, about 5 o'clock in the morning. I spoke nicely to a few nurses, I communicated, and they brought me down to where Hannah, my daughter, and Maya was, and I got my first photograph, and it's just amazing, 3-4 hours old, that you see this little thing just looking up at you, looking to connect. All of our kids need to connect. And most of them want to, they just don't know how to do that, or they're afraid of it. They're afraid of relationship. When we were doing the research, we looked at relational practice across many different disciplines, including in education, and we encountered a guy called Nat Damon. Now, not Matt Damon, that's a different chap. And Nat Damon is one of the chief proponents of relational education. And he says that, if we want to teach them, we first of all have to be able to reach them. And the same applies in our work. If we want to help kids and families, we have to be able to reach them. We have to know how to connect. 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 We have to know how Now, coincidentally, Matt Damon, who I'm going to talk to now, there was a book written in 2002 by two guys, Larry Brentro, Dr. Brentro, and Dr. John Ceda, and it was called Kids Who Outwit Adults. These are the kids that we're going to encounter. Because whether they want it or not, they're going to resist connection and relationship. The movie Good Will Hunting had come out maybe a year or two earlier, and John Ceda. Now, John had been a troubled youth. He'd grown up in the care system. By the time he was 14, he had 17, 18 field placements, foster placements, residential treatment facilities. And he ended up in Star Commonwealth in Michigan, which is one of the largest residential homes, a huge big ranch type of a place, which was run by Larry Brentro. At the time of writing the book, John was professor of social work in Michigan State University. There's someone who connected, built relationships, and progressed through his life. He passed away in June of last year. But the book, as I say, was called Kids Who Outwit Adults. And in that, so John rang Larry after he'd watched this film, Good Will Hunting. And he said, Larry, you know, that's me. That guy was me. So if anybody knows the film, you'll know Will Hunting is this young man, and he's sort of quite troubled. He's a difficult background. But he can't be in relationships. He finds it difficult. He pushes people away. He pushes Sean, the psychologist, away. He tries to. He pushes his girlfriend, Skylar, away. And John said, that's what I used to do when I was in care with these kids, with the staff. I pushed them away. But it wasn't the only strategy I used. So in the book, they talk about different types of strategies the kids use, and they name them. The first one is what they call the fight kid. And I know a lot of the people that I'm looking at around here I've worked with, I've been in the trenches with, we know damn well what we're talking about when we hear about the fight kid. These are kids who are always up in your face, anger, aggression, looking for the argument. But what is that? It's a strategy. It's a response. In fact, it's a reaction. When someone feels threatened, what do? The first two things people talk about is fight and flight. So the fight strategy quite often is a way of keeping us disconnected. As I say, they talk about these kids who outwit adults. They're adult-weary kids. The second type of kids that they identified were the flight kids. Make sure I have the slides. These are the kids who just, they'll say, talk to the hand. I don't want to know. I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to go to school. I don't want enough. They don't have to get angry or aggressive. They become passive in their resistance. We know these kids. For me, this is the most difficult kid to be around because it really impacts me. I much prefer a kid that's fighting with me because you're getting something back. And then they talk about a third type of kid that they call the fool kid. Now, these kids aren't fools. Remember, this is the strategy. They try to fool us. They'll engage with us. They'll take us up and down around blind alleyways. They might insult us, provoke us, get us to reject them. This is their strategy about preventing the connection from happening. Because without connection, there's no relationship. They also talked about the follow kid and a few other different types of strategies that kids use. But these are the three most common, I think, kids that you're going to encounter in your work. But remember, these are strategies, and they're communicating something to us. And if we're doing our job, we're going to be trying to interpret the message behind the behaviour. And then we have to connect. So how do we do that? Howard Bath, Dr. Howard Bath, interestingly enough, he also wrote a book with John Ceda. And interestingly enough, they both grew up in residential care. Howard was the first commissioner for children in the Northern Territories in Australia. And himself and John wrote a book called Transforming, the Three Pillars of Transforming Care. And then they said that, before we get to a point of being able to help somebody, we have to connect with them. And before we can connect with them, we have to help them make them feel safe. So safety is really at the core of what we do as well. Now, if we're very unsophisticated or very risk-averse, we're going to end up developing systems that don't really talk to the needs of children. But what they do is they might keep them physically safe. We'll put them in a place that they can't hurt themselves or hurt other people. But unless we're doing the other work to connect with them and build those relationships and help them learn how to cope, all we're doing is we're just putting them in a parking lot in a way. So safety is hugely important. But again, if we're not sophisticated, we don't think about it clearly, we don't really consider all the different types of safety that we have to know about. We always think about physical safety, and it's the most important for all kids. We want to make sure that we don't have kids living in a place where they can get physically harmed. And, you know, in the last week or so, you know, we've been brought back into the reality of that world. But as Stephen Porges says, just by removing the threat doesn't guarantee that someone's going to be safe or feel safe. So we have to be sophisticated. That's a term I first heard used by Cormac Quinlan. Cormac's a colleague in Tusla. And there's so many different types of safety we need to consider, starting with physical safety. But also we need to consider things like psychological safety, emotional safety, relational safety, sexual safety, financial safety, and so forth. These are all things that are important. They have an impact on us. So if we want to connect, we have to think deeply about what safety means, and does someone feel safe around us and in our space? Larry was talking about values earlier on, the values that you've seen around the walls here. I work with Tusla, and Tusla has a set of what's known as visible values: trust, respect, kindness, and empowerment. Interestingly enough, I've been doing training for over 20 years, and these are very akin to a message that I've been showing to people or sharing with people through the trainings that talks about what we need to be doing to actually have a better chance of creating relationship and connection with someone. And I talk about a true relationship, which talks about trust, respect, understanding, and empowerment. So very, very similar to Tusla values. So I was really delighted when I first started to see these on our pop-up banners, on our emails, and you know, we have our visible values groups within the agency. But also in the research that Max and I did, these things showed up greatly. Jim Anglin, who's a professor in University of Victoria in British Columbia, he talks about trust, and trust is the glue that holds everything else together, really. Jim wrote a book back in 2002 called Pain, Normalcy and the Struggle for Congruence. And this was a book about his research. What he had done was he had interviewed residential staff, and he'd interviewed kids, and he'd asked them various questions. And one of the things he noticed very quickly was the staff quite often talked about the behaviour. These bold kids behaving very badly. And all the kids universally talked about a sense of pain that they felt. And it was Anglin who first coined the term kids in pain. Now, when I got my first job in Oberstown all them years ago, answering an advertisement in a newspaper, it said, care staff looking for people to work with emotionally disturbed, delinquent, all those lovely D words. And those are the labels that we quite often can put on kids. When I was in South Dakota in 2006, I heard this phrase, kids in pain. And when we look at someone as someone in pain versus someone who's delinquent, it can change how we think about them. And that's really important in terms of how we want to connect with them. So trust is hugely important. Now think about this, from your own perspectives and in your own lives, who do you want to be around? People who you trust or people who you don't trust? Might seem obvious, but do we consider that when we're dealing with young people? I want to build a connection with you. How do I make you trust me? How do I make sure that you don't mistrust me or distrust me? The next piece is respect. Again, going back to our values. This is Michelle Briegel, Dr. Michelle Briegel, as of last Thursday. Michelle is an assistant professor in Mount Royal University in Alberta. She's actually going to be the keynote speaker at the Unity Conference in a couple of weeks as well, so I know Michelle reasonably well. And again, she talks about respect. And we can talk about respect. Do we know what it looks like? Do we know how to actually genuinely respect somebody? And Michelle makes a really good point. We need to respect who they are and where they are. Quite often, we try and change people. And, you know, part of our job is to help someone find a new way of being in the world, a safer way of being in the world, a more pro-social, proactive way of being in the world. It's not our job to fix or to change, but I do think it's our job to facilitate positive change. And that requires a really good balance when it comes to respect. Kindness. Jenny McGrath, again, Dr. Jenny McGrath, another Albertan, well actually she's from Newfoundland and Labrador. But Jenny teaches at Grant McEwan University, again in Alberta. Kindness, she says, you know, and she's one of the kindest people I've ever met. It's really the foundation as well. How do we show kindness? Do we want to show kindness? I think kindness begins with understanding. We have to really understand what's going on for someone. So I think this idea of understanding and kindness are very interlinked. The fourth piece is empowerment. But what does empowerment mean? So this is Larry Brentro, one of my mentors. Larry's 84 years old now. He's still on the circuit. A wonderful guy. He was one of the people who initiated the Reclaiming Youth International movement and developed the Circle of Courage approach. And he says, empowerment is useful. But he says, although it's useful, we need to be careful, because thinking about empowerment as giving someone a little bit of power, it ain't going to be the answer. And empowerment isn't about giving someone a little bit of power in terms of making decisions. What Larry certainly has taught me is that empowerment is about demanding something from somebody. It's not obedience, it's greatness. I believe in you. I want you to be a better version of you. I know you can do it. That's how we empower people, by believing in them. And I just wonder, do we get that message across to kids as well? I mean, in our words, you know, quite often we can say these things, but in our actions, does it follow through? Relationships are hugely important. We're not going to get anywhere without relationships, but we're not going to get anywhere even if we have a relationship unless we're relational in that relationship. And that goes back to all those other things that we talked about. How are we in relationship with someone? Where does the empathy show up? Where does the acceptance show up? Where does the vigilance show up, the reflection? All of these things that we need to be doing. I wish I'd known this stuff 25 or so years ago when I first came into practice. But the knowledge is there. And it's great, you know, that we have opportunities to share knowledge like this. I'm probably going over that. I'm not okay. I am a bit of a stickler. It's one of my kids say, one of my tisms. I have a lot of them. So I am going to leave you, and just with that notion of really, it's not, values aren't just things to talk about, they're things to do. If we want to make a difference in someone's life, you know, think about trust, respect, think about kindness, and think about empowerment, and do them when you're doing your everyday life stuff. So I think I'll stop now, and thanks very much. Mark, just grab this.
Thanks very much, John. We're just going to go to our next speaker now, who is Michael McCarthy. Michael is currently teaches here in Carlow in terms of sociology and communication and people skills, and he's also the practice placement coordinator for Carlow College. Michael brings a significant experience. He's been a practitioner throughout his career, and he's also been a social care manager. He has held roles across services with addiction services, homelessness, and he's also been a deputy aftercare manager in Dublin North East. And you're starting your PhD programme. Well done. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much, and it's wonderful to be here. I didn't prepare a PowerPoint because I teach every day, and I'm so used to PowerPoints that I just said I'd write down a few considered notes and really think back to some of my own time in services when I worked in the front line in children's residential services, and later on in time as a manager in aftercare services and within children's residential services as well. I just want to start off by saying thank you to Kate and John and Carol for organising today's event here in Carlow. For Children's Residential Services Awareness Week. It's great for our students here from SETU and from St. Patrick's as well, who are here today, and if there are any students from other colleges too, because it's a great opportunity to network and to form new peer relationships and to learn from one another through listening to various guest speakers as well. So you're all very welcome. So before lecturing, I spent, I suppose, many years. I started off in working in healthcare in nursing homes before moving into disability services, and then later on in time into children's services. I also worked for a period of time in the Family Homeless Action Team in Focus Ireland, and some of that work has really stayed with me over the years. I remember back maybe in 2009 or 10 when there were very few families homeless, going out into the street and meeting parents and children and actually having to identify them and get their IDs from them and then liaise with the local authority and thankfully get them into emergency accommodation on a night-by-night basis. But the looks on those parents' faces, the relief they felt when somebody from Focus Ireland, where I used to work, came upon them in Euston Station or some other part of the city, and often very, very distressed and, very, very, very emotional and very, very, very worried. Some of them would have lived a period of time with family and friends, and when that broke down, they needed to present themselves to the local authority as being homeless. But the first part of that really was just in ensuring that them and their children were safe and had somewhere to stay for the night. And of course, since then, the housing crisis has become exponential, and there are many children and many, many families living in emergency accommodation. And a lot of the emergency accommodations have improved, and I suppose in terms of becoming family hubs. But at the same time, children and families are living in those particular accommodations far longer than they need be. And in my experience, when I was case managing, some of those families that I met in Euston Station, I ended up working with out in Tallaght. So just to see their journey from that to having homeless priority and then to be living in a hotel room with their children and really just undergoing a lot of various challenges in relation to mental health too. Sometimes parents that came in with no mental health difficulties needed to be referred to services along the way. So for me, it was about building relationships through the art of connection, really, and compassion, and never taking the focus off the children particularly. So when I was first asked to speak about relationship-based practice, I thought, it seems so simple, yet it is so powerful, really. Because at its heart, relationship-based work is about people, connection, trust, and a sense of home, even when life has taught a young person that home isn't always safe. In my experience, relationship with children and young people unfolds slowly, again going back to the previous speaker, through trust, patience, and genuineness. I often say to my students when we're talking about theory to practice, and in particular one of the standards of proficiency, person-centred planning, that yes, that is connected in a real way to care plans and placement review plans and review meetings and key working, but it's much, much more than that, because the monumental stuff doesn't just come overnight. The real breakthroughs with the kids doesn't come in a minute. It takes time to build that connection through trust and safety, and the young person's voice really feeling heard in the midst of it. So for me, I always say to my students that person-centred planning is about really getting to understand a person's likes, the child's likes, their dislikes, their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations, particularly those in the 12 to 18 cohort group, because they're also facing the challenge of eventually having to transition into independent living. And that can be a very, very scary prospect, particularly if they've established relationships based on trust in the previous 5 years, and all of a sudden at 17 and a half, they have to think about, where am I going to be living? And of course, the worst of all worlds would be if a young person ended up in homeless services. So the safety nets, the aftercare planning, the aftercare workers, the aftercare managers, the social care workers on the ground working on the front line really provide that safety net, that feeling of trust, of mutual positive regard, that active listening piece as part of theories to practice that we constantly talk about. None of that happens in a vacuum. It all happens slowly through steady connection over time. And I think that's an important point to make around person-centred planning, that we should never just look at theories as words on a page, but that they should be meaningful constructs that we bring into the work, and that every so often that light bulb moments go off, especially for students out in practice placements. I remember that theory from sociology. I remember that theory from psychology. I remember that theory from principles of professional practice. This is what it actually meant. And it often comes down to very simple things like trust and empowerment and safety and feeling heard. And oftentimes it isn't words, it's the non-verbal communication piece. It's just a child feeling that you're present and that you're there, so that what you're really saying to them is that you're safe and that you matter and that you're worthy and that you're worthy of our time. And also for me to remember when I was working in services, particularly when you'd be doing sleepovers, that we're actually moving into the lived space of the child or the young person or the service user. We might look at it superficially as, I'm coming into work, this is the centre. But for the length of time that they're there, that's their actual home. And I think that's a really, really powerful thing to remember too, that that's where that person is living, that's their home. We need to make it as homely as possible for them as well, and move out of our offices as much as we can and throw on the music in the kitchen and the television in the sitting room, and in those moments of encouragement, trying to get a child up for school on the days that they do get up and we feel that it's a win. Even that little thing of, are you all right? Did you sleep okay? Or the person hasn't spoken to you for a little while because you've been off shift, you've been on holidays, but you make space for them over a cup of tea and a slice of toast, or bringing them to appointments or medical appointments or family visits. It's all of those slow, steady, small things that sometimes don't appear in our reports because so much happens in a singular day. And in terms of report writing, we are expected, and rightfully so, to write in a factual way that isn't emotion-based. But that doesn't mean that we haven't felt so many different emotions in the course of any singular working day. So I think that's where emotional intelligence also comes into play, where we have to appraise what we're feeling in the moment, particularly if we're dealing with behaviours that challenge, but always look for the underlying cause behind the behaviour, because behaviour itself is a form of communication. So to hold ourselves always within the space of, I'm here to support that child. It's person-centred. That person comes first. I'm important too, and I can receive supervision. I can go into the reflective practice space. I can do peer support. I can seek out external supervision opportunities and continuing professional development opportunities. But in that moment, I need to appraise my own emotions. What am I feeling and what's going on for me now? Which is loosely, I suppose, linked to TCI as well, in terms of therapeutic crisis intervention techniques. So I had 6 pages of notes, but I think that's kind of at the crux of what I wanted to say, and I'll just have just a quick glance. I was just going to ask you at this point if you'd like to just pause for 20 seconds, just to have, I suppose, a moment of reflection, to reflect quietly on a time when you truly connected with a child or a young person, a moment when they felt safe or seen, particularly if you've worked in children's services, and just to hold that thought. And so social care is professional care grounded in empathy and consistency, and empathy is one of the most powerful tools in our social care toolbox. Some of us, for a lot of people, it's innate and they have empathy in abundance, sometimes because of lived experience. A lot of people that come into social care do so because they want to help people, and it can be, broadly speaking, based on their own personal experiences from childhood onwards too. But with empathy, we just have to be careful to maintain our professional boundary and never to cross that boundary. That we use empathy to try and put ourselves into the shoes of the person, but that we don't over-empathise either. And that also there is that distinction between empathy and compassion and caring. And I suppose that's relational curiosity too, because it's a strengths-based perspective that looks beyond behaviour to the stories behind it. And it's also about reciprocity, because while we offer care, we receive so much back. The young people teach us patience, creativity, and authenticity, and they see through pretense. The young people know when we're not being genuine. They can spot it a mile away. They know when your mind is 100 miles away, or you're preoccupied with something else, or you're on your phone, which you shouldn't be anyway, unless it's, during a break time. or you're doing an activity with them, they know if you care, and they know if it's real and genuine. And that's why sometimes a young person might look for another key worker. And of course, we never encourage that. We always try and repair relationships and use the supervision space to bring staff on board with the values and the ethos and the mission statements, really, of the organisations that we work in. So reciprocity is really, really important. So I'm going to finish on that note, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them. But I just want to say thanks so much for the opportunity to speak here today.
Discussion afterwards, if you come back to it. Okay, great.
And thanks.
No problem. Michael will hopefully get back to the panel discussion. Unfortunately, he's teaching from 1 to 4, but he may be able to get back. So listen, we just get our final speaker before we break for coffee. Is Colette Hughes. Colette has worked for 24 years in private residential services, and she's worked with young people who are neurodivergent and present with complex PTSD and behaviours that challenge. She has led teams and delivered tailored traumatic-informed interventions within therapeutic environments designed to support emotional growth and global development. And her practice is informed by professional qualifications, social care, disabilities, art and design. So introduce, there you go.
Thank you. Okay. Well, unlike the last speakers, I'm not used to speaking in front of a crowd like this. I'm just used to my small teams, so you're just going to have to bear with me. A lot of what I'm going to say is a repeat of what's already been said.
Bring on the slides if you need a space bar, bring on the slide.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Colette. I've retired this year from working within social care for the last 24 years. And prior to that, I spent 13 years teaching art and design in schools and prisons in England. After years of intense work, I now have some time to reflect on my journey and to see what I've learned. Back in the day, many children were sent to the art class because they were disruptive or hard to manage. But they seemed to settle in art, and this was my first experience of working with children with behavioural issues. In prison, I worked with adults and then with juveniles. And again, many different behavioural issues came up, but people seemed to enjoy coming to the art class, and that was my first form of communication with all these different people. A lot of the work was graffiti art or whatever it was. Within my social care, I recognised that I had worked with a very similar cohort of young people throughout my whole career. On reflection, many of these were undiagnosed neurodivergent people living with a mixture of trauma, poverty, social engagement, thank you, and it's okay. Living with a mixture of trauma, poverty, social engagement issues, or attachment difficulties. Art became my way to connect, and when I started in social care, I was encouraging young people to create and basically just finding out what they were interested in, how to relate with them, and how to spend time with them. So, over the years in social care, there's been an increase in the younger cohort of young people placed in the system. And these can be as young as 2, 3, and 4 years of age. And I gravitated towards working with these young people because I believed that there was an opportunity for better outcomes through making positive impact on their global development at an earlier stage than with the teenagers. Sorry, you can see how nervous I am. So, working with trauma. To begin with, we have to agree that if a child is in care, they have already experienced trauma. They've been separated from their family and friends, their familiar surroundings, and that in itself is traumatic, and has obviously led to disruptive attachment or dysfunctional attachment concerns. Often these children have other issues, and in my experience, these are rooted in undiagnosed neurodivergence of some kind. It can be autism, ADHD, PTSD, and this is on a spectrum from mild to severe. On entry into care, most of these children are too young for diagnosis, but we can recognise the behaviours that are indicative of the child that needs specific supports. If we stop to think about this for 1 minute, we can start to understand how challenging this path must be for this particular child as they start to relate to the world. Children don't want to be in care, and a lot of stuff that has already been said about relationship building, but you're going to be faced with a lot of resistance and avoidance. Very often, the young children have become familiar with their situations of abuse, of dysfunction within the family situation, and at a very basic level, they do not want to trust you, they don't want to listen to your narrative, they don't want to develop a relationship with you, and they're operating from a place of fear. Their systems are stuck in fight, flight, or freeze, and they've learned to rely only on themselves. In my experience, these children are survivors. They are robust and resilient, but they're also lost, fearful, and they hold a lot of shame. These are not children that are easy to work with, and you need to be prepared to be there for them for the long haul. You need to be able to, and you will be, tested, and in whatever way that they can throw at you. They need to learn whether you are trustworthy and will remain with them through the hardest of times. So the Children's Residential Centres, there's a lot of professionals involved with the young people in care. The old saying that it takes a village to raise a child is very true. But in these instances, it takes a very highly specialised village due to the individual, specific and complex needs of each of these little children. The home we create for the children must be centres of collaboration with social work departments, CAMHS teams, MDTs, therapists, schools, families and more. So the residential home needs to be just that. It needs to be a home that is a place from which all healing and development can begin. It can be a place of nurturing calm, but it can also be a place where crisis and anger happens, and this is okay, and it's okay to accept this and work through crisis. I've always taken the responsibility of providing a new home to a child in care very seriously and go to great lengths to include them in the creation of the home. It needs to be specific to them and their interests. From time to time we make agreements to work with the child. No, from the time that we make an agreement to work with the child, we must commit to that individual child. So the dynamics and challenges within the home. This can change over time because other children can come and go, and care team members come and go. This is unfortunate, but it is the reality of life in residential homes. This is often a source of frustration for the child as they're not in control of these changes, and this can cause stress, anxiety, and anger. There can be friendships formed, but there can be rivalries. There's also a lot of adults in the care team, and the child can be drawn to or triggered by some of their characteristics. This must be understood as a very busy environment with lots of dynamic going on. Given the complex and presenting issues of the children being placed here, this can be very challenging for them and a highly charged environment. We will come back to this in a little bit, but I also want to talk about the environment from the perspective of the social care worker and the care team dynamic. It takes a very specific type of person to want to do this work. when I came into social care, I wanted to work with and help children to learn, develop and grow. I've learned over the years the challenges of working in this area. Sorry, lads, you have to forgive me. I really don't know why I decided to do this. Mad. I'm retired. I don't need this. Anyway, I've learned over the years that the challenges of working in this area. What's learned in college and from theoretical perspectives is one type of learning, and then there's the learning that takes place as you gain experience of working in this specific environment. There's lots of working parts at any one time. So I think it's vital for social care workers to be grounded in policies, legislation and standards. You need to get to know your area. You need to be authentic in your relationships with the young people, with your colleagues and with other professionals. You need to be a strong critical thinker and learn how to use reflective practice so that you are continuously learning and reviewing the work that's being completed. Our core responsibility is to advocate for the child, to fight for them to have access to services and supports and the supports that they need, even when these are very hard to access. If we are lucky, you'll have a social work department that's supportive, and this is wonderful, and we work with that. But if not, we have to do everything in our power in order to ensure that these young children get the supports that they need. And we're not seeking diagnosis to label the child, we seek them to access the supports that the child needs. Whatever the specific therapeutic needs are of the young person, the care team must work with the professionals and the clinicians to design programmes that are best support the child's development. There's a huge range of programmes that can be accessed through OT, speech and language, psychology, therapies and stuff like that. And there's lots of different programmes that we have used over the years to help the children to develop and grow. But we need detailed therapeutic intervention plans that we put in place that engage the child on a daily, weekly and monthly basis, because the child responds best in an environment that has strong routines, structures, boundaries and is consistent. The care team's job is that they need to be continuously engaged with providing evidence-based practice, detailed observations, constant feedback loop, and clinical oversight. The care teams provide feedback to the clinicians on how the child has responded and engage with the interventions so that there's a constant review of the child's progress or decline. Safeguarding is the core part of residential care. There is and there must continue to be a very high level of scrutiny, reviewing and auditing taking place from internal and external professionals and inspectors. We must be able to clearly present and evidence the work being completed with the young people. So, trauma, attachment and the challenge of developing trust, this has been spoken about, but it is key. All of the above, all of that clinical stuff and therapeutic stuff needs to be in place, but it is the relationships and the developing relationships of trust between the child and the adult that is at the very core of what we do. It is the most important tool in our toolbox. It's absolutely vital that the teams have a thorough grounding in trauma and attachment approaches and utilise therapeutic interventions with oversight from a clinician or an MDT. There is no way that we can develop relationships of trust with these children because of the complexities of their needs without this support. I don't think it matters which issue or theory or intervention that we're focusing on at any one time. It's only going to be successful if it's carried out with consistency and team cohesion. The only way to develop a relationship of trust is by spending one-to-one time with the child. As I've said, that my way of relating to children initially was through art, but then you learn how to use any daily situation in order to have conversations and have real conversations and be authentic in your relationship with the child. And that's the only way that trust can begin to grow. So children who have experienced abuse or developmental trauma, they will often, as has been said before, mistrust adults, test relationships, they're hypervigilant and they're taking in masses of information and not able to manage how this is impacting on them. They reject care, they fight for control. So our job is to connect each individual young person with complex needs with the programs that best suits them, and therein lies the problem, because the child often doesn't want to engage. They'll resist, they'll reject you, they're not interested or willing to trust you or the process, and they don't want to engage. So it's a little old-fashioned, but I still refer my care teams to the work of Dr. Dan Hughes, and particularly a video that's on YouTube called "The Child Who Mistrusts Good Care." He explains how these children will push you away, not because they don't need you, but because they don't believe you. They don't believe that you're going to stay with them through really tough times. They are where they are because adults have let them down and hurt them. Some children work very hard to break down the relationship, and they'll do that before you do because they don't trust that you're going to stay with them. They're very resourceful in pushing you away. They'll use anger, and this gives them some kind of control, but they're coming from a place where they don't understand trusting relationships. So you have to be very resilient, and you have to be in there for the long haul. So the other framework that I have used throughout my time is the PACE model. Again, this is by Dr. Dan Hughes. And as you can see, this is the core of the work that I've done with kids and with the teams. So playfulness, have fun, share joyful moments, create happy memories together, acceptance, meet the child where they are at, and with unconditional empathy. Believe that they are trying their best. They're coming from a place where they're not understanding an awful lot, but they are trying their best. Curiosity. This is a non-confrontational way of having conversations with the children, and you can gently explore their world, their stories, their behaviours, and have empathy. Offer understanding and emotional support. This work is deeply relational and therapeutic. We need to think of ourselves not just as carers, but as therapists, delivering daily therapeutic interventions designed specifically for each child, with guidance from clinicians. I know I'm saying that over and over again, but it's the core of what we do. The younger children enter into play very easily, and they love to play and be busy, which is why I love working with them. There is no replacement for spending one-on-one time with the child engaging in an activity. So whatever your route is, you need to use your interests to relate to the child and to become attuned to the young person. It's not easy work, it's not quick, it takes consistency, persistence, cohesion and commitment. But building the therapeutic relationship is at the core of what we need to do. And the skills that you need to develop is that you need to be observant, you need to pay attention to details. What is making this child less hypervigilant or more anxious at this particular time? What are their likes, their dislikes, and their triggers? again, going back to what's been said before, this is the core of TCI, which is a great asset for us in social care. And it's about being present with the child before, during, and after times of crisis. So this is a very valuable framework to help us to develop relationships of trust with a child. And in my experience, it was only when I was with a child through the worst of times that I learned where their pain was coming from and was more equipped and more able to help them going forward. I learned how to support them as they escalated and not go into outburst, and how to support them to de-escalate and to reflect on what had triggered them and to make plans to manage themselves better in the future. Critical thinking and reflective practice will help to inform your developing relationships so that the child can start to trust you. When you've gone through critical times with a child and you're able to reflect some of that experience that you've had together back to them, they will recognize trust. They will recognize the truth when they hear it. Children with complex trauma usually have a range of things going on at the same time, and they require very specialized responses from the adults around them. And this skill needs to be developed over time and with experience with the child. Anger outbursts and behaviors that challenge our communications. Once we look beyond the behavior and look towards the source of their fear and their pain. So nothing can really prepare us for the reality of this career. Going through repeated crisis and trauma with a child is hugely demanding and is in a high-pressured environment. It's emotionally intense, and it takes place over a long period of time. Vicarious trauma, compassion fatigue, and staff burnout can and does occur. It's a crisis-driven environment. It's physically, emotionally, and mentally exhausting, hence the grey hair. But there's a high level of need in this area for self-awareness and emotional intelligence. We each have to know our own limits and boundaries. We need to know when to step away, when to relax, how to relax, and how to de-stress, and when to seek support. If you find yourself struggling to connect with a child because of their behaviours, work to understand them, work to love them, or at least like them and respect them, or it may be time for you to step away. That's an important part as well. Use your supervision and colleagues to talk about your difficulties. There's a lot of supports that are in place from clinicians and professionals, and these are in place due to the known high levels of demand in social care work. This work demands empathy, self-awareness, and emotional honesty. But you're not on your own. You're part of a team, and there's a lot of working parts to keep a highly specialised care team working effectively. The team has support from senior management and from internal and external professionals and clinicians. Care teams working in this environment must develop a culture of open, honest, and respectful dialogue to professionally address any of the issues that come up, whether these are challenges from the children or within the team dynamic. A shared sense of purpose and focus on providing a high level of care for the child helps teams to work through issues. An understanding that we are working on a continuum. There are tough times and there's easier times, so don't get stuck in the moment when you're in tough times. Keep it simple and keep it human. When we spend time with our young people, we see how resilient they are, how funny they are, how caring they are, and how much in need of compassion they are, and this keeps us going. This work is not for the faint-hearted, but if you choose it and you bring your authentic self, you can make a lasting difference in a young person's life. Whew. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Thanks very much, Colette, on that. We're just going to break for tea and coffee now. So if I could ask people to be back here in 15 minutes at 25 to 12. So thanks very much, and see you back in 15 minutes. Hello, welcome back, and thanks for coming back to us. Just before we start, if people who haven't signed in just could sign in, it just helps with our numbers and our kind of planning going forward. So it would be greatly appreciated if you could sign in. So we're just moving on to our second part, and I'm going to introduce you to Oisin Mulcreen. And Oisin Mulcreen has been working with vulnerable young people for over 10 years. Oisin has worked in a variety of services in the community and is currently working in special care, Crannog Nua. Oisin is a TCI trainer and STORM accredited trainer. Oisin has qualifications in applied social studies and management and social care. And Oisin is keenly interested in exploring new approaches and initiatives to support staff development in children's residential services. He's going to be supported by his colleague, Elaine Quinn, social care leader. Elaine has been a social care leader in Crannog for 8 years plus. Elaine has been involved in training and is a trainer in the Welltree model of care. And Elaine has a degree in social studies and is keen to promote well-being in the centre. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Firstly, I just want to thank you all for having us here today. My name's Elaine, this is Oisin, and today we will speak about developing relationships with young people. Relationships are very important for children in care, providing support, resilience, well-being and stability. A positive relationship is built on trust, respect, understanding and care. We begin by introducing ourselves and engaging in a friendly conversation. We use age-appropriate language and take time to actively listen to the child and their concerns. For me, when building a relationship starts when I first meet the young person. So this can be on admission. This can be a few days after admission. It's about how you talk to that young person. Look, I want to welcome you here to Crannog Nua Special Care Unit. I'm a social care leader and you are safe. We will take care of you. You know, it's about the activities of daily living, what we can do with the young person. So building relationships as well is like having a cup of tea and the chats with a young person. Each young person in Crannog Nua has a multi-purpose room. It's a quiet room. It's a room where we can talk. Management can go down and talk to young people too. It's about engaging in conversation, engaging in activities such as baking with the young people. Everyone has talents here. Being creative, doing some artwork, engaging in physical activities such as playing a bit of football with the young people on the grounds, bringing them over to the sports hall if it's raining. Do you know, things like this, the fitness suite. Every single one of us has talents and it's what we can bring to the young people and what we can bring to the centre. I'm a trainer in the the Welltree model of care. We have 6 domains: active and healthy, achieving full potential, connected and respected, safe and nurtured, economic security, and the hope. So like, what is the goal for the young people? We will pick certain indicators to develop, you know, and make the young people do well in their programme. Each key session will be done with the young people on key session days in Crannog Nua, and this in the quiet room. Look, I'm just going to hand you over to Oisin now, and he's going to go through a wee presentation.
Thanks, Elaine. Okay, so these are some of the areas we might be talking about today. I know we have a short amount of time, so we'll kind of see what we get through. But I kind of wanted to look at developing relationships through 3 kind of lenses. So kind of things we generally would consider, professional boundaries and the effects of trauma on relationships, because we know the young people we work with have experienced trauma, and that can hugely affect how they engage with us and how they develop relations with us. Okay, some key factors, and some of these Elaine would have touched on, so I'm just going to get into them a little bit more. So this is practical stuff. How do you meet and greet the young person? Do you meet them greet them by their name daily? You know, check in with them. Do that. That's really important things that people kind of can take for granted, but it's something that's important to consider in developing relationships. You know, speaking with them at their level. So this is not just physically, but developmentally. So it's sitting down. It's coming down to their space. You know, being mindful of kind of our physical stature and how that can influence our communication. You know, and then communication styles and developmental ability and language and communication is really important. A lot of the young people that we work with have communication problems and communication challenges. So we need to adjust how we engage verbally with them, or our creative means that we need to use to engage with them in order to develop relationships. Elaine mentioned about engaging with young people and asking open-ended questions, and be interested to see where they're coming from. You know, young people who are placed in special care often have a long care history. That could have been very challenging and very traumatic experiences, placement breakdowns, short-term placements, things that can really affect how they engage with us as care workers and care staff. So we need to understand their backgrounds, and we need to be interested and open and want to find out how they got to where they are today. You know, another practical one is talking about specific things they're interested in. So, you know, convey your interest in listening and tuned. You know, oh, do you like football? Just because it's a boy, like maybe he doesn't like football. You know, we need to be interested and tuned to what the young person's specific interests are, when we're developing relationships with them. Another practical one is reflect or paraphrase during the conversation. So to make sure that they feel understood, and reflected comment ensures the young person feels heard. In terms of special care, if your liberty is removed, you know, you might feel like you're not being heard, you're not being listened to. A lot of the young people who are placed in special care probably don't want to be there for a certain point or a certain time. You know, so it's important that they feel that their voice is being heard throughout the time that they're with us. Okay, mindful of roadblocks, so communication roadblocks. One of the key ones which I've highlighted there is judging. So could a young person in special care feel judged? Absolutely. You know, there's a sense that this is a punishment, maybe. It might be considered to be punishment. I'm in this locked setting. I'm not allowed to see the people I used to see. I'm not allowed to have liberty. I'm not allowed to get out and get a bus. I'm not allowed to go to the shop independently. So absolutely you could feel judged. You could feel punished. So we need to be mindful of what we say and how we engage with young people, that we're not being judgmental towards them or towards their experience. Okay, remember context and details from past conversations. Some of this might seem like practical, logical things that you would consider, but it's important that I talk about them and identify them clearly. So talk about, like, you know, what was going on for them in the last few weeks, paying attention, you know, be interested. Really important points. Okay, participating alongside the young people to show that you're interested. So, you know, role modeling, modeling self or safe risk taking, I've said there, and reflecting. So, you know, they are super, they're like sponges, the young people that we work with, all young people, not just young people in special care. So in terms of that, we need to be kind of mindful of how we are engaging with each other, with our colleagues, with the other young people. They're perceptive to all of that, and so it's really important how we present ourselves, and that we're always kind of working with purpose, and that is kind of another slide I get onto. Like nothing, you know, for the most part, you know, we have an agenda, and I suppose it is about that balance. You know, we need to be seen to be honest and a true version of ourselves, but we are still being professionals, and at the same time we are working around a goal, especially in special care, where we're working on specific reasons why the young person is placed in a secure setting. That's not something that's taken lightly. Obviously, it's quite a significant restriction. So we are working on specific goals. So that will kind of guide and dictate, you know, our engagement with young people and how we talk to them, what we talk to them about. Okay. Support opportunities for youth participation, shared responsibility and leadership to help youth develop a positive self-efficacy and important life skills. That's quite a mouthful, right? Okay, so I suppose the key point I wanted you to take away from this is that youth participation and engagement is really important, especially in a secure setting where, as I said, liberty is removed. Young people might feel that, you know, they've less agency and choice in their life. So it's really important that we can kind of look at how we can establish that or introduce that or maintain that in their life. Self-efficacy then is said to be an individual's belief in their capacity to act in the ways necessary to reach a specific goal. So we would like young people to act in a way that can achieve their goals. It's great to have goals, absolutely. And, you know, sometimes we're working on just achieving, or just to set goals. But once we set goals, it's like, how are we going to achieve them? You know, things don't just happen because we kind of want it to happen. We want the young people to see that they have capacity to act in ways that can get to them to that place. And so that's a key part of our work with the young people. And then in terms of kind of some of the factors I wanted us to consider was, you know, smile, have fun, and show the young person that you enjoy what you do, right? That might be hard, okay? Just as we get back to that. But young people are extremely perceptive, as we kind of know, and some of the speakers have already talked about today. Extremely perceptive, observant. You know, young people who experience trauma especially are hyper-vigilant to us, to everybody in their environment, you know. We've seen it, we've all seen it, anyone who works with young people, you'll be sitting with them in a room, a door slams, someone comes into the room, immediately it's like they're on the defense. It's, you know, perceiving, is this a threat? Who is it? What's happening? Talking about, you know, there's a lot of kind of this hypervigilance that are presented in the young people. So it's important that we're mindful of how they're receiving us. So it's not always easy to smile and have fun and enjoy what you do. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's quite difficult, especially, as I said, in challenging work environments where it's not always fun. It's not always pleasant. You know, we're dealing with young people who have experienced, you know, significant trauma, abuse, neglect, have had adverse experiences. You know, they're in a space where oftentimes young people are kind of opening up about the most challenging experiences in their life. And, you know, we are the people who are around. You know, there's no AI bot, there's no computer system that's going to be able to manage that. It's the staff, it's the people who are in the care process with them and in the care space. So it's not always easy. So we need to be, you know, mindful of our self-care, using our supervision, using our colleagues. You know, I did a piece of research for my college when I studied management social care about challenging work environments, not from the lens of why people don't succeed in it, because I feel that's kind of a negative, it can be a negative approach to it. I wanted to see why people actually persevere, why people stick it out, why they stay, because a lot of people I know have stayed and they've stuck it out and they really love it and they enjoy it. And I was quoted in the Times saying, I love where I work. And I actually do, I absolutely love where I work, but it's not because of myself, it's because of my team. So the team are the people who support you, who actually understand the experience. And, you know, because I've spoken about this with lots of people in lots of different circumstances. Like when you go home, it's often the case that the people around you don't really get it, but the people you work with do. So it's about using the spaces or using the safety that work in that relationships and using the supports and supervisions that we have around. So in terms of the next topic I kind of want to touch on briefly was professional boundaries. Okay, so this is kind of a blanket term, and you know, it can be a scary thing for some people. It's like, oh, I want to make sure my professional boundaries are right. But there's kind of key things that we need to kind of consider in terms of that. So it can be particularly challenging to maintain professional boundaries in work environments where you are being vulnerable to a level. You know, you're asking the young people to be vulnerable also, and there is a component where you have to share some of yourself in order for the young person to feel that you're engaging with them, that they can trust you and feel that they want to actually engage with you. So that can be a challenge to manage that balance. So a crucial element is to understand the difference between professional and a personal relationship, okay? And I suppose, especially for you guys as students, and I'm glad there's lots of students here because a lot of this was actually designed with students in mind, you have to remember that your work is a career and it has purpose. So what I mentioned earlier, you know, we want to be open and engaging, and we want to support the young people and want them to see us as people, absolutely. But we have to remember that there is a purpose to this, okay? At the end of the day, this is your career. We're doing a job, and we're essentially taking care of someone else's children. And I think that's something we have to kind of keep reminding ourselves of in terms of our relationships with young people. Okay, honest with young people about your boundaries. So be very clear, you know, we've had young people who don't give a flying fiddlers about, you know, for who you're in a relationship, or if you have a cat at home. And the other young people who want to know your air code and your blood type, you know, so there's a big difference there. I suppose it's about being very clear from the outset. It's like, you know, they might ask you a direct question and be quite direct. I wouldn't be talking about my relationships because I don't think it really, you know, it's not really something that's going to impact you, and I kind of want to help you in other ways. And I suppose if you want to talk about life events, you know, because we do want to relate to young people, and we've had experiences, there's ways to do that. It's like, oh, I had a friend who had an experience, or I recall hearing a story. You know, there's ways you can kind of do that and still protect your boundaries and still ensure the young people it's not a personal relationship, it's a professional relationship. I suppose in how we do that is we're respectful of the young person and respect their boundaries and encourage them to respect their boundaries. Because a lot of the young people that we work with, unfortunately, you know, they've been in circumstances, situations where they didn't respect their boundaries, and they could be, you know, very vulnerable around that, and they could have been manipulated or taken advantage of because they didn't have boundaries. So we want to role model good boundaries. Okay, and consider information before we share it. So you might feel comfortable sharing personal details with one young person but not with another. So consider, what does that mean? Is the relationship with the young person you feel more comfortable sharing personal details with, is that becoming too personal, and is that something you need to kind of think about and kind of reflect on? Okay, so the final part I just kind of want to touch on in terms of our presentation and in terms of developing relationships with young people is kind of trauma relationships. So, trauma. So we all know what trauma is for the most part. So this is just kind of a brief kind of synopsis. Trauma is an event or a series of events that leave a recording on the body and on the brain. It imprints in such a powerful way that we can experience it as if it's happening repeatedly. Trauma has adverse effects on the mental, physical, social, emotional, and spiritual well-being of the individual. So how can trauma affect developing relationships, which is what we're talking about today? So trauma can result in young people struggling to trust adults, okay? Young people who have experienced trauma may feel that they are unworthy of love, care, and kindness. You know, you might see staff away, you know, unwilling to engage. They don't feel that they're worth time, worth our interest, worth being invested in. It may feel hard to feel safe, and a trauma-driven perception may see danger where it doesn't exist. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of hypervigilance and kind of the trauma-driven perception that young people, they might see danger where it doesn't exist, and that's a protective thing often for them, and sometimes it has kept them safe. But I suppose our work with young people is kind of to teach them to understand the signs of where danger is, and that there are people that they can trust in their life. The child may be consumed by shame and be avoidant. That might be it's challenging, obviously, in terms of developing relationships. Experience of trauma may cause the young person to lack a sense of self or identity, so they may struggle to see how they fit in with the others. So where do they fit in the world? They might, you know, adapt themselves or change who they are to try and to fit into certain circumstances, certain groups. So that can affect how we develop relationships with them. So I suppose what we want to take away from is how we can support relationship development trauma as present. So set boundaries, as we talked about earlier. Set boundaries from the outset, ensure that maintain these. That will ensure a sense of safety between yourself and the young people. Be present and be patient. You know, it will take time. It might be it's just being around, sitting in with the young people. I know that was a term I heard years ago when I was in college, just sitting in. It doesn't mean you have to talk. It doesn't mean you have to be actually doing anything. You're just there, being the young person knows that you're available to them. But when they're ready and when they feel comfortable to, then they will hopefully open and engage with you. Communicate openly and clearly, as we in terms of, you know, developmentally, the young person's age, their ability, their developmental, their communication needs. Make sure we're engaging with them in a way that they can actually engage with us. And finally, then establish predictable and positive interactions. So the predictability is one thing that I find really important. Young people who have experienced trauma and who have maybe a long care history and who may end up in special care probably have very unpredictable caregivers in their life, where parents that you don't know when you up in the morning whose father, what mum or dad you're going to get. Maybe there might be involved, they might not be present, you don't know if they're even going to be there. So predictability and routine might sound like, you know, we're just being very kind of structured and it's very intense, but it's actually those are things that help the young people to feel safe, and they can engage with us if they see that we're kind of as well, and a key component of it. So that's the end of our presentation, and thanks everyone.
Much, Elaine and Oisín. I'm going to move on to Paul Kelly. Paul has worked with vulnerable young people since 1997 as a frontline worker and manager, and he has spanned services to long-term solutions. Paul is currently manager of Caretakers, which is a crisis service offering emergency beds to 16 to 17-year-olds, young people referred to the National Out-of-Hours Service. Paul is trained in psychology, business and leadership, trained in logotherapy, existential analysis, and is currently in the final stages of doctorate in counselling, psychology and psychotherapy, and he's researching shame. Paul also enjoys bringing together the academia and practice worlds and offers an intersection where sometimes a collision of worlds. So welcome, Paul. Thank you.
Jesus, murder. Leave it in there.
How are you? Over at afternoon. I do sound more impressive than I'm going to be. So I think actually one thing that is you're not going to hear anything different from me. We're quite consistent in what we're saying today. What hopefully we're all bringing lenses. So I'm going to be in 3 or 4 parts. They'll all be discrete, and hopefully you'll make the connections. So the first thing I'm going to do is talk about an interview for a social care leader. So I asked the question, what strategies do you employ in therapy? Nice fancy. And they proceeded to tell me that they referred the service user to drug services and that they updated the care plan and they liaised with the social worker. I can kind of, what's missing here? So I'm going to leave that just sitting there like that. So the next thing I want you to do is turn to the person on your left. Apologies to those that don't have a person on their left. And you have 1 minute. So your left is here. Something personal. And you now have 50 seconds. A lot of laughter. Okay, thank you. Now, turn to the person to your right, and if it's the wall, figure it out, and define relationship. You have 2.5 minutes. Relationship. Okay, off you go. Good turn. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. Okay. Okay, does anybody want to tell me how easy was it? Firstly, did you actually reveal anything personal? God. Sorry, I'm going to from the light. Did anybody reveal anything personal? Heard yes. No. So no. All hands up, all those who did not reveal something personal. Fair one. Those that did reveal something personal? Okay, right. Okay. Even worse. So I'll go back to. Told me that at the beginning. So the reason I ask and reveal something personal is we expect young people to start relationships the minute they walk in the door. And this is what I talk of worlds, because the world we do exist in. So I just wanted you to. Another thing is the word relationship. We're talking about relationships. So often, myself is go, where'd that word come from? What's it? It's Old English, and it's about an affinity or it's. But when you go to the Latin root, relatio, it's very dynamic. It moves, and I think that's one thing that relationships, they're very active. So they are an act. And when we look to the philosophers, which is my initial training, we go to. Now, for students here amongst in your research and your thesis, in research methods, you'll often be asked about your epistemology, your knowledge position on this. It's a good thing to sort of like go back to the. Socrates talks about relationships in terms of marriage, and when you ask people. Think of relationships, what's a relationship? They think intimacy and they think marriage. So when we're looking at professional relationships, we are in a level of intimacy, not in the world of marriage. So eudaimonia, it's an ancient Greek term which kind of translates as flourishing. And this is what Aristotle says is what relationships are about. It's about human flourishing. Hopefully I will make connections here for some people. So he has 3 types of friendships, which is what he refers to as a relationship. So the first one is utility. So it's transaction. Now we all engage in transactional relationships. The biggest one you'll get is your paycheck. That's a transactional relationship. Your employer is paying you to do a job. I sometimes say to my staff, that's not a donation we're giving you. You know, there's an expectation here of certain things. The next one is pleasure, which is kind of what Aristotle says is in the world of hobbies. And then the next bit is where we move into, which is virtue. So he calls it the virtuous friendship, the virtuous relationship. And what he says is it takes time to develop. And one thing we've heard consistently from every speaker today is all our young people that we work with have disrupted lives, disrupted attachments, or disconnections. So when you have young people coming into our world of work, into our place of work, into what they perceive as their home, we need time. And he defines it as love, and I was glad Oisin mentioned because I was kind of going, I'm going to talk about love today. And I says, that can be a very scary word to use. But often, how do you define your job? And he says, I try to offer hope and I try to love the kids I work with. And that's it, in a nutshell. I can give you a CV 30 pages long, or that. So how do you create love in the care system? And the word there is care. Like we're called care practitioners. And sometimes we think the system is devoid of care. So how do you put it back in? Inject love back in? How do you inject back in care? I don't have answers for any of this stuff, by the way. That we cover ourselves. So the next piece, actually, what I've tried to do is connect HICWA standards with CORU. Not in this is where it comes under, this is the theme, but to show why are relationships important to young people we work with. So they contribute to resilience, and we've heard that today. They promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being. They support positive outcomes. This works for you in your own personal relationships. They help minimize the risk of forming inappropriate and risky relationships that can lead to exploitation or abuse. The care system collides with neglect, it collides with abuse, and it can perpetuate that in a way. So our job is to, how do we safeguard and offer protection within that? Also, our relationships that we create with young people help with the therapeutic work. And you heard from the previous presentation in special care where that therapeutic milieu is emphasised. And it enhances the stability of placements. As a manager, I like that because it can be a KPI. And it influences permanency planning. When we think about leaving home at 18, going to college, going into relationships, there's a sense of permanency about that. There's a sense of journeying, and I've got something to go to. When we look at the young people we work with, they are in a perpetual state of impermanency, if that word exists. So our creation of relationships show them there is a possibility of having roots. What happens when we don't have relationships? So this is sort of like the protective nature of relationships. So not forming relationships can lead to challenging behaviour, placement instability, and a continuing cycle of rejection and instability. That's it. It's kind of, everything else flows out of that. The care system in itself can make it difficult for young people to form relationships due to the frequent change of work or home, school, and often geographical location. The very fact that it's a system means that it's operated for the outcomes of a system. So if you look at young people, there'll be many of you will come across multiple changes in placement, multiple changes in staff. Now, I counted up a couple of years ago now, a young person that was in caretakers. They had something like 40 placements, and they had over 67 named workers attached to them. That's a lot of relationships to balance in a young person's life. So what can we do within that wider system? Oops, hopefully not wreck the place. So how do you support positive relationships with family? So you try to support the relationships that they already have coming into you. So sometimes we think they're coming into us, we're the be-all and end-all, and we know better. But they're not. They're already coming with their story. So we need to reach out beyond their story and find out what's worked for them by asking questions. And sometimes that you're probably sitting there going, ah, yeah, but we do that. But actually we don't. Because once you enter into the practice world, you tend to just be occupied with your own centre, your own service. And we forget to reach out beyond. Facilitate continuity by consulting with past caregivers. I'm not sure how many people experience this, but I certainly get to experience this. I can't share that information because of GDPR. And I'm simply asking, well, what was the routines for the young people, or what worked for them, what didn't work for them? It's either a gross misunderstanding of GDPR or they think it's an invasion of privacy. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just something I've seen over the years. The other thing is, we need to encourage contact with people that we might not see as appropriate in their lives. We might make a judgment. But if you look at young people select their friends, they see something in them. So we need to figure out how can we support that as opposed to they're a bad influence. So again, by us modelling relationships to them, they in turn will hopefully use that to choose more wisely the people that they bring into their life. Now, this next one's a diagram, and it kind of summarises a lot of what everybody's said earlier. So how do you, so I call it the triangle of trust and communication. This is how you build strong relationships. Communicate effectively. So be consistent and be clear. So anybody who, if you have a large team, it's very difficult to have consistency because everybody will do something differently. But if you have 14 to 16 people on a team, and you've got 14 or 16 different responses to a young person, and they're diametrically opposed, you've got inconsistency. So we've already heard that does not aid relationships. So once you're consistent and you're clear, and the young people see it, they'll go, okay, these ones are worth listening to. There's an element of trusting that I can give here, because we know trust is a key element of forming relationships. Building that trust and security is around, what it does is it creates a sense of emotional security. When we are secure, we feel relaxed, our shoulders drop, our cortisol levels drops, unless you're standing up here. The clear and respectful boundaries. Now, anybody who's psychodynamically trained or psychoanalytic will know the importance of this, because if we have relationships, our youngsters are constantly going to be like that. Whereas if we have boundaried relationships, know yourself, and this is where I'm going to come to, you will create good relationships. So how do you do this in a res centre? So the paradox is, it is a place of work, and yet it is a young person's home. The reason I use paradox here as opposed to contradiction is, we need to resolve a contradiction. You do not need to paradox. Paradox is two things in tension, and they can be held. How do you hold the fact that this is a young person's home, and this is a place of work? That is legislation. So just think of your own when you go there this evening. There's no employment legislation in it. There's no health. There's none of that stuff. But all that is in the milieu of the centres that we work in. So again, I've Aristotle say, he has to come back in somewhere. But what he actually does say is, you need to know to create strong, virtuous relationships, to use his language, you need to know yourself. How do you do that? Because if you were to ask any people why they come in, you will get answers. Now, there has been research on this. Most of the research actually sits in the world of psychology. And there's a done this century, which for us people is we strive. Psychology students in Queen's asked why they were studying psychology. 99% of them said it was for self-healing. Now, as a person with a therapeutic brain, and that scares me, because we should not be looking towards the most vulnerable to heal us, if that makes sense. So we need to look at the systems we work in, and the systems of units, houses. When I started, we used to be parents. Today we're social. But it is very interesting that we're called a parent. We work in can be quite chaotic. We need to have policies that are consistently applied. When a centre is quiet, complacency steps in. So we get figures is rarely quiet. But things that start things, you know, Ash will be grand. We need a couple of kids in. Coming in consistent, translate our practice, and young people see it. If they see that the system is consistent, then it is safe. Vulnerability, and it was mentioned a couple of times here. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. And what I mean is about the reveal of yourself. What? None of us know it. I still. So one of the things we done when I took over, we informed work with the exam. What we done was I done some work team. We done their styles. Now that was not for them to reveal colleagues and things like that, but to get a sense of it. If you're into and you're crisis-driven avoidant on your team, was actually the attachment styles. What happened was the team in how they approached young people. We pathologize, we talk about our young people in terms of problems, in terms of the reports we receive. But once you build my ability and will collapse and I've said commissioners and to know what door. If you're into work to say hand over as lads, we are in with some of the stuff. So,
tells a difference, and she's this is kind of on staff as well as the she possibly
everybody. We here where we see the honest two of my favorite topics. Our of relationships really was no-brainer. The biggest challenge I'm faced with today is keeping it to the time as I can talk about the beauty within CRS and the power of relationships all day long. Since 2001, going straight into the services. I was so bit of art, bit of art. How is this relevant? And observe the it was like carry step. Remember any the letting so could dance was me. Worked in my I've worked this care since way with young people. They have the social care X factor. I know now, and I didn't know back at the start of behaviour all has meaning. It's never personal, knowing that journeys, chats over the famous cup of tea. Well, it really gives us that opportunity to show that we care. Supporting emotional resilience. Working in a residential centre can be just so emotionally draining. It can be thankless and it can be very, very triggering at times. However, it's also mind-blowing how much impact a person can have holding a space, saying very little and just being present for someone when nobody else is there. Staff need space to process their experience. They need to be able to reflect on their challenges and feel supported. Reflective supervision really is key. This also promotes team cohesion. It prevents burnout and it promotes better relationships with young people. We need to be okay to see the needs behind trauma. We need to be nurtured to ask ourselves what happened to them, not what's wrong with them. Without a reflective space, our relationships may remain superficial at best. The last thing is compassion. It's vital for compassion to be present in a day-to-day interaction between staff and management. And conveniently, they are also in line with our TUSLA values of trust, kindness, empathy and empowerment. Staff need grace and space to maintain and retain. They cannot show compassion without experiencing it themselves. We must protect the relationships. We must aim for the X factor, because relationships are everything. And in the end, it's relationships that heal, relationships that endure, and it's relationships that make a house a home. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Brenda and I just want to apologise in advance. I'm running off 2 weeks of night shift, so this is 3 o'clock in the morning for me. So if I start this sway and dribble, you're in charge of filtering me off the stage. So I'm a recent graduate of TUS at Long, so recent actually hasn't happened yet, it's next week. I saw this talk in Athlone late 2024 and it was fantastic. There was a young person that spoke there, a former young person, and was telling the story of their journey through care. And I had thought I wanted to do residential anyways, and that really pushed me to say I really do. And funnily enough, when I went to discuss it, I ended up in a house where my manager happened to be that young person's key worker, and our house was named after that young person. So if you believe in faith, just coming around. So from that I went in and did residential for my placement, and I went with the Smiley Trust with Glenn Silva, who are here. Never fear, if there's a conference, the Smiley are there. They're always there, which is fantastic to see, and I had amazing experience there. I learned so much. I was there for quite a while because TUS has significantly longer placement time. And I learned so much, and it really, really solidified that I was going in the right direction. And I applied for the graduate programme after advice from the people that I met in Smiley's during my time there in, say, February. I got my results in June, and I was working with TUSLA come July. So I'm very, very, very new to the service. I chose TUSLA because I really wanted something secure for myself. I'd had a baby in 2023, graduating in 2024, 2025, so working in kind of the public sector was what suited me most. And also as well, I just went for the level 7. I didn't pursue the level 8 as of yet. And my reason for TUSLA really was the education sponsorship, because I know later on in life, when I feel ready to do the level 8, I'll be supported by my organisation, by my managers and the colleagues that I work with. The reasons I wanted residential was, well, the opportunities that you make to make memories with young people create equally cherished memories for us. I love working with young people. I've always had an affinity for it, and also I grew up in the care system. I grew up under the care estate, so I kind of had a little bit of a benefit there that I knew I could use and I could utilise. And so far, so good. I think it's going well. I am quite passionate about the relationship building with the young people, and the reality of it is that, sorry, I skipped a little bit on my page there. Put that back in. The reality of working in CRS is that I've never woken up and dreaded having to go to work. I've worked in kitchens, in hospitals, in shops, and I look young when I'm touching 40. So I've been through the rat race, and I've never woken up since I've been in CRS and thought, geez, I don't want to go to work today. I wake up fresh, and I'm happy to go in, and I come home happy. My colleagues are absolutely fantastic, my managers are fantastic, and our young people are fantastic. And I couldn't have asked for a better team to have kind of eased me into it. I think I've been quite lucky, but I think I may be saying this for the students: if you are thinking of going into residential, social care worker I've ever met, even in college, has been. Today alone, I was chatting to two girls outside who had cans of Monster. I said, geez, where'd you get that? I'm off a night shift, I'm wrecked. One of those girls, she's in the audience, came to me and handed me a can of Red Bull before it started. And like, that just shows in social care the compassion that you get from your colleagues is absolutely amazing. And they're the right people to go into the job that we're going into when we're working with young people. Because one thing is that you're dealing with young people with trauma, and trauma presents in a variety of ways. And my first time really witnessing that was when I got my first threat of violence, which I think deserves a bit of a sash. I think when you work with CRS, there should be a sash of like significant events, and one of them should be your first threat of violence. But because I've gone through education and I had an amazing time in residential, I think my reaction to that was appropriate, because I knew this stemmed from trauma. You're not doing this because you want to hurt me, you want to do this because you're hurting inside. And trauma creates the biggest challenges in relationship building. But if we continue to offer trust, compassion, belonging, we'll see the relationships will move in positive ways. As social care workers, when we provide consistent levels of care through the experience we have, the education that we have, and also the research and established models that we've kind of created to ensure that the best interests of the young people are met. Like for us in Tusla, we use the Welltree model. When we use this, and then with the other similar models that we know, as a foreground to the progression of each young person, we've shown them that every day, through their meal times, school runs, extracurricular activities, bedtimes, meltdowns, freakouts, kicking doors, that relationships can be safe. How we react and how we've learned to react helps them in so many ways, and we'll see that as it progresses. But again, Rome wasn't built in a day. I did have a little bit of a joke in there about Rome wasn't built in a day, Tusla Section 39 pay rise wasn't done here. But I took that out. Personally, I've less than 12 months experience, and what I have gained so far experience has been fantastic. And I'm so excited to continue my career as a social care worker. I will say that working with the young people, they're exemplary. They will give you a run for your money, but if you learn to run with them, you can together, you can find a steady pace.
Just moving on to our last speaker before we go into the current presentation, I'm just going to call Noel Howard up. Noel is the first Social Care Ireland media spokesman. He's also editor of Curran and leader in the professionalisation of social care, to name but a few of his roles in the past. Noel has worked in residential care for a long number of years, and he's very much involved in the development and promotion of social care in Ireland. Noel has also written 2 non-fiction books and a novel. So Noel, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mark. After the 2 last speakers and what's gone before, pretty hard act to follow, but we'll give it a go. When John Deaton mentioned this morning about the greeting he got from a particular boy when he worked in Overstown early on, I was reminded of a situation I was involved in one time with one of the lads in Fingers where I worked, and we had a battle, a row over something, and he wasn't getting his way, and I was making sure that he didn't. And eventually he kind of calmed down, and he was about to walk away, having agreed, I suppose, that whatever restriction had been put on him was going to work. And he turned around to me and he said, "Do you know what you are? You're a fucking goggle-eye bollocks." Now, if you saw that written down, it could be interpreted as venomous resentment, but it was almost a term of endearment. And when one of the previous speakers mentioned about knowing yourself, and there's been a good bit about that, that did tell me something about yourself. There was probably an element of truth in it. Anyway, pathways to social care. It's a pleasure to be here. Recruitment and retention, 2 words we are all familiar with. Every employer is and every employee is. And 2 TUSLA isn't any different, and I think it would be fair to say that the nature of TUSLA and its remit, being responsible for improving the welfare and outcomes of children and families in Ireland, providing a range of service, it makes the recruitment and retention of social care staff particularly difficult. And it's great to hear the previous speaker with the level of enthusiasm and so on that young people, and I mean that in the best sense, can bring to a job, and it's just wonderful to hear it. Now, I've been chair of the steering group for the work-based learning program since earlier this year, and in the last number of years since I retired, I've kind of backed off a bit from getting involved in these because I've done a bit of writing and I'm interested in that, and there is life after social care, so I've kind of backed off from a number of things, and one of them was that I was editing the magazine for Social Care Ireland for about 30 years, and I backed off of that and gave it to a new, fresh, enthusiastic editorial board that will continue to publish the magazine. However, when Rosarie approached me and asked me would I be prepared to take up the position of chair of the steering group, I found the concept interesting, it was innovative, and it was exciting, and it immediately grabbed my attention because here was something different. I learned that in the face of continuing problems in recruiting social care workers, here was something which sought to go down another pathway. It would not in any way be a threat to or be in competition with the traditional pathway that people go down to qualify in social care. In fact, it would complement it. It seemed to have its genesis, the idea, and Rosarie will know more about this, she might say it in a minute, looking at a problem and seeing can it be solved rather than saying it can't be. And that's very, very important. When I learned about the vast amount of work that had gone into a similar approach in relation to social work and saw the amount of detail that had gone into devising the social care programme, I found it very hard to resist. I saw something that was real, thinking outside the box, and how often have we got to do that and we need to do it more. Seeing a problem but also coming up with a solution, and that was interesting. The traditional method, which involves many of you here today from the colleges in Carlow and maybe some social care students from elsewhere, we continue to qualify students that are highly motivated, individuals like you. I'm speaking to the students now, and you as future social care workers will make a vast difference in the lives of people. Won't always be seen, you'll often be criticised, the organisation you work for will be criticised, but you can make a huge and vast difference in small ways. Exactly 15 years ago, I wrote an article for the Scottish Journal of Residential Care, and it was in the wake of the Ryan Report, which had been published in 2008. And the article, 2009, the article was entitled The Ryan Report Before and After, and here was a piece I referred to, and it mentioned in the Ryan Report that a little humanity and kindness might have gone a long way towards making the lives of children in the industrial and reformatory schools a bit more bearable. We've heard about humanity, kindness and compassion today, and though they in themselves do not make the social care worker not necessarily the X factor, but a big part of it that has to be there. And if you looked at the Ryan Report, you'll know some harrowing detail that went into that. And it was good, I think, that Judge Ryan said that, because he was adverting to something that we might just pick up on. Some of you may have read Katrina O'Sullivan's powerful story. You might have seen Play Poor. She spoke at last year's social care conference. And again, just a simple, compassionate act of kindness that she received from one of her teachers, she has never forgotten it. And it comes through very, very much in the book, and I'm sure in the play as well. In concluding the article that I wrote for the Residential Journal in Scotland, I said, if those of us in Irish residential childcare stood back, took the concept of kindness and humanity as a starting point to build on, we might see a way forward. I continue to argue that there must be a vocational aspect to social care work. Unfortunately, in Ireland, word vocation has a strong residual religious connotation. Currently in Ireland, the main and only gateway into social care training is through a point system. On the face of it, this is very fair, very objective, but surely it is not beyond our ability that are suitable in the best sense of that word vocational, and to ultimately employ them in this very demanding and challenging work. Now that's where the concept of the work-based learning program got me interested, because it kind of echoed to a certain extent what I've written about before and what I've been banging on about over the years. Now what is it? The work-based learning program is a collaborative approach by UCC and MTU Cork, and the steering group is made up of professionals from UCC, MTU Cork, TUSLA, the HSE, the Disability Federation of Ireland, Local Government Management Agency, the National Apprentice Outreach Office, and of course FORSA. A representative from Minister Foley's office was at the last meeting, so it is something that is quite serious. There's been an enormous amount of background work gone into it by the group, and I've been particularly impressed by the coordinated, committed approach evident in the group towards ensuring the success of the programme. Next. Okay. The programme, the Level 8 Bachelor of Social Care, commenced on the 1st of September 2025 with 19 students, 17 from TUSLA and 2 from Walterstown. It's a 3-year full-time program where over half of the learning takes place in the student's workplace. Students are employees working in the area of social care who are seeking to gain professional expertise and skills in the field. Program modules are geared to preparing students for complex social care roles, and students get the opportunity to learn and be assessed in the workplace as well as in the classroom. The innovative curriculum has been designed to develop the knowledge, skills and resilience required of employees for an increasingly challenging social care work placement. With the work-based learning at the core of the program, students get to put their learning into practice in real-life settings, meaning on graduation there's a stronger alignment between their skill set and the social care role in their place of employment. Furthermore, as students have a contract of employment, they are able to gain a qualification while learning. This will attract suitable new cohorts of people into social care who perhaps have not been able to afford to attend traditional programs or for some other reason haven't had a chance to get involved. And diversifying and widening participation in training programs will support wider actions to help address the chronic labour shortage in social care. During 2025 and into 2026, CORU will be assessing the programme, and the approval process cannot be completed until the programme has commenced, so it's in its first year, and that's where CORU will come in, and we are fortunate to have somebody from CORU here to follow. Now the hope is that the programme will spread to other technical universities besides NTU, and I hope we are speaking today in one such place, and there are others around the country, the technical universities, and hopefully the programme can be worked on a bit more with TUSLA, and that there will be an increase in the number of students over the coming years from various sectors. And as you know, graduates at CORU approved social care programs are eligible to apply for registration with CORU. I have no hesitation in undertaking to be chair of the steering group. The group on it, I think, are very different, but as I said, I've been impressed by the kind of commitment to it. There are obstacles, and there always will be, but I think that it's a good idea. It's thinking outside the box. It's developing another way to qualify social care workers that won't be a threat in any way to the current training programs in the technical universities. Rosario will give you a little bit more elaboration.
Thanks very much, Noel, and I think that's been really, really comprehensive. I suppose at the outset, just to sincerely thank Noel for taking on the chair of the group. He brings such wisdom and experience, and it has been a real pleasure to work with Noel. So as Noel has said, we have devised this programme in response to chronic workplace shortages. It is meeting the need as it's set out. There's so many advantages to this programme and this initiative. There are flexible entry routes, so we're not looking at the point system, not that that's a bad thing at all. The points rates, the points approval programs to the college, they will always be there, and there is always a need for them to be there. However, given the demand that we have, we do need these alternative routes coming through. We need people with life experience, we need people that need the flexibility flexibility around returning to these programs, and there from that point of view it is really positive. It's also very good from the employer's point of view because we have structured mentoring programs in place. Now I must give a shout out to Martina Thornton in Tusla, who has been working with us in terms of the work-based learning programs, the mentoring, the support, etc. It's very early days, but certainly we wouldn't be as far advanced as we are without the input of Martin. This program we really believe will support retention. As Noel has said, individuals on the program are employees from day one. They have a contract of employment. They are covered by the terms and conditions of employment. They are paid from day one. So this is a huge investment for us into the future. It's creating that pipeline. We're so excited to have our first 17 who have commenced. We're evaluating that very closely, and with the two from Robertstown. What I would say, moving into 2026, this evaluation pilot will be completed into March and April. And if we have everything and we're very satisfied with the way it's progressing, we really want other employers to come on board and to get involved with us. Even if that is one individual on the program, it will all help. The more diversity we have on the program, the stronger we will be. Participants will be coming out more around it. We'll have had that opportunity to exchange with other employers. So it's really important that into 2026, if you can at all, please come on board. There is the need. It is responding to workplace shortage. It is a win-win. The individuals on the program are getting the very same thing, if not better, in terms of what's there. They are 50% in the workplace from day one. They are 50% in the college. They are part of the team. The team that they are with, that's the team they will return to post-qualification. So it really is a win-win. And really, please, if you have any queries, questions, if you want to know anything about how you get involved next year, how we can support you, please don't hesitate. And of course, crucially there, it is a great avenue for our succession planning. That's really what it looks like. It's 36 months, does the 3 years. The reason being, we don't stop for the summer, 24/7 service. So our individuals on the programs will be with us over the summer months. You can see the credits that are there. As I said, the employers choose Robertstown and NT or UCC at the moment, but we always want more parties coming involved, and hopefully we will see that. We are very aligned, obviously, to the efficiency competencies there with CORU. That's how we are, I suppose, placing the modules that we're looking. So we really are hoping that on evaluation that this will be CORU approved, and we will know that hopefully early next year. So it is launched. We have our two employers. We hope it will go from strength to strength. We will be reviewing it, and please, if you want to get involved, I can't advocate any stronger for it in terms of what I have seen, in terms of the absolute expertise of our existing staff in the system who are able to pass that on in a very real way. At the end of the program, individuals know exactly what the workplace is like. They're not getting a surprise. They're coming in prepared. They know what the teams are like. They know what the demands are like. They know what the client base is like. So, I mean, it is really a win-win. And as I said, always room for other modules. We're not in competition. We're trying to improve and really scale and develop the diversity of the workforce that we need to serve, the communities that we need to serve. So if you need any information, if you'd like to get on board, if you want to join, if you think as an employer you want to come on board next year, or indeed if it's something that you want to become involved in from a mentoring point of view, we'd just be delighted to talk to you. Big thanks to everybody on the steering group under Noel's exceptional leadership. Big thanks to Martin. Thanks to the colleagues in Tusla who are making this work, and indeed our colleagues in Robertstown. I'm very happy to take any questions, comments, or queries, and I will be here later in the day if you want to pick that up with me. Thank you.
Just moving on to CORU, and Robert's going to do a presentation. So thanks very much, Lee. We also will have, we'll be taking opportunities to have a few questions for Lee. Just to remind everybody that it is 40 days until registration kind of comes in. So we're at the final stages, and I think time is going to go around with the club. So we'll have some in the audience. So thanks very much, Lee. thank you everyone, and thank you to the event organisers for the opportunity to speak here today. You've had some extremely deep and moving stories about passion and development, support, love and respect. And now I'm here to top it all off by speaking about statutory regulation. So I have on the screen there just a very quick agenda of what we're going to speak about today, and then there will be time for questions at the end. It's just gauging that I've got an audience of existing practitioners and employers and then new graduate students. So the presentation is kind of going to take that basis, but I'll be flag posting it as we go. So we'll just talk quickly about Carew. I'd say most of you are well aware of who Carew are at this stage. If you are an employer and you're not aware of Carew, now would be a good time to panic. So I have up there just kind of definition of what we do. So we're a multi-profession health and social care regulator, and our purpose is to protect the public by promoting high standards of professional conduct, education, training and competence. And we do that to two main strands. The first has already been mentioned, that's the standards of proficiency for social care workers. And for the students in the room, your programs are being evaluated against those standards, and you are going to meet all of those standards on graduating your program, and that will have you entered onto the register. For the existing practitioners, we're either looking at their qualifications or other pieces of information they're providing in their application to see that they meet those standards as well. The other prong then is when you're on the register that we've got the Code of Professional Conduct and Ethics for Social Care Workers, and this is the code that all registrants must adhere to, and it is the code against which members of the public may make a complaint if they feel that any piece of that code has been allegedly broken. So we're approaching 35,000 registrants so far. I just have displayed on the board there some of the other professions we regulate. Social care workers is the newest of our registration boards, and is by far the biggest in terms of professionals. On the 30th of November 2023, the register opened for social care workers in Ireland, and a 2-year grandparenting period opened from that date. And that is the period of time that existing practitioners have to submit their applications. So there's just been a couple of questions around extensions to the date. There definitely won't be any extensions to the date. So get your application if you don't have it in yet. If that is scary or embarrassing, encouraging you to submit it, I'm not sure what will. But so you know, the date there is the 30th of November 2025, and that's for the existing practitioners. The students in the room, by the time you're actually applying, you won't be able to use the title unless you make an application anyway. So that's the Section 38 applications for students and new graduates, and it's the Section 91 application that's for existing practitioners. So from the 1st of December 2025, the title is Social Care Worker, and that is the specific professional title that will be protected. Will be protected from that date, and only Section 91 applicants who have their application in by the 30th of November will be able to continue to use the title, and for the graduating students, you will not be able to use the title until you have registered. So routes to registration. So in the next slide, I'm just going to show the route for existing practitioners, but we can cover the route for new graduates in this as well. So the first thing for the existing practitioners is to prove that they've got 2 years of practice out of the previous 5 at the time of making their application, and then they have to meet one of those boxes on the screen there. The first one being approved qualification, which is what all of the new graduates will have when they're making their application. But for the existing practitioners, there are some other routes just to acknowledge the differences over the passage of time and qualifications and other ways in which people enter the profession. So just a quick look at what is expected of applications. So this is sort of just laying for Section 91, but it is more or less the same, minus a few options there for new graduates. So 2 out of 5 years is essential for existing practitioners, obviously not for new graduates. The approved qualification then, or do you have a sufficiently relevant qualification, or if you don't have qualifications, would you be going with the employer opinion of competence, or if you can't get any of the above, would you be elected to take the assessment of professional competence? So you can see it's sort of splitting into 2 routes now, the kind of qualification route and the kind of other options there, the employer opinion of competence or the assessment test. then you're asked to provide the documents that are associated with absolutely every application. So as a statutory declaration, it's evidence of your identity and a €100 registration fee. Police clearances, there's certain conditions attached to that which you'll speak to later, and everyone is going to have to provide that. So if we just move on very quickly and look at some key changes to the registration process that have a big impact on application. The first is we reviewed our verifying process, and we will no longer be requiring that for all applications. So Carew will now contact applicants who require verifying, and the verifying procedure will only apply to applicants who are self-employed or applicants who have not been vetted in the previous 3 years. Those require immediate contact, and you'll have to actually attend in person there at our offices. So we've changed that process in engagement with other regulators in the country and also with Garda Bureau themselves. This is for people who do not qualify for Section 91 but who may hold a sufficiently relevant qualification. We currently have a list with the Minister at the moment to sign off on the approval of those sufficiently relevant qualifications to apply under the Section 38 pathway, which is currently only accepting approved qualifications. So anyone who holds a sufficiently relevant qualification and you're concerned about that, feel free to get in contact with us. We'll put you on a contact list and we'll contact you once they've been signed off for you to join the register under Section 38. This is just an important piece for everyone in the room. A new feature to our process is that you can log on to your online application and generate a certificate of application, and that will evidence for you that you have your application in, you pay the fee, your application time, and it will also be dated as to when you generated that certificate as well. So any employers who are wondering is it okay for their Section 91 colleagues to continue using the title, this will be a method for you to do that you can show that the application has been submitted within the deadline and they're okay to continue using the title while their application is pending with Carew. This slide is more or less for the existing practitioners in the room. So there will be an extension of the deadline. You have to have your application in by 11:59 p.m. on the 30th of November. The minute it turns 12, Section 91 is gone, and so is the option to provide an employer opinion of competence or to elect to take the assessment of professional competence. Those options won't be there anymore. So they're very, very important for anyone who's relying on those options to get onto the register. Following the closure, only the Section 38 route will be available, and as we've covered, only those who have approved qualifications or who hold a sufficiently relevant qualification will be able to join the register. For those looking to apply a sufficiently relevant qualification, you will also have to have 5 years of practice in social care work, and that could be anywhere in the world, and it doesn't need to be consecutive either. So for the new graduates, you can apply ahead of your graduation. That's a common question that we get. Do I have to wait until I've actually had the parchment handed to me at ceremony? We actually encourage students to make the application as soon as possible on completion of their programme, and the college list is a kind of process that we use there. So we speak to colleges and we get a list from them of the people who have graduated their courses, and then the college will also provide a headed letter to that student that they can sort of graduate that they can upload on their application when they're making their application. So you don't actually have to wait till you have your qualification certificate. You can ask your college to send a direct confirmation to Carew and to provide you a header to evidence that you're on that list. So that happens at a huge amount of time on application statistics. It's not hugely relevant here, but just to show that we have 3,416 social care workers registered. That's 2,514 are Section 91 or existing practitioners, and the 897 there are Section 38, with 5 people who have had international qualifications from the register as well. And so you can see as well there's some applications that are submitted. So just for the employers in the room, these 6,398 those are not okay to use their title after the 30th of November. Basically, that has been forward but worried about. Was just to say, I would imagine a lot of those are doing the case where people who realise they're not eligible. What that is activity on our system, but the application is not submitted yet, so I wouldn't expect to see the full 9,000 show up very quickly. And then it's just to put that in perspective. So that really banned right by the S91 there, that would be people who might not have to go onto the register if they don't apply by the just want to make sure that everybody's here. So if you have one of the boards, please come up. And for those of you who have the register people, that'd be great for us just to be able to take your details so that we can do it here. Okay, and we'll be back in an hour past 2 everybody.
thanks very much for coming back. And we're just going to start. I'd like to welcome back Noel Howard, Paul, Katie, Oisín, Brenda, and Colette. We didn't have an opportunity for questions during the, following the presentations because we wanted to move them on. So we've now just going to have this panel discussion for about 30 minutes, or 20 to 30 minutes, just to give people the opportunity to raise any questions that they might have thought about, or when you were discussing something over your sandwich and that, if you had anything that you would like to kind of ask our panel about their presentations or their places of work or their experience. So we'll leave it open.
Doors that, that's what helps us to work with people who are challenging. But absolutely it is not. It's the relationships that we develop with people. So I suppose to answer your question, every young person, it is working. Every young person is unique and different, and we know that already, but also the way we support them in special care is unique and different also. So we're always looking to try and reduce restrictions and increase the young people's choice and agency, despite the restricted circumstances at the Secure Care Centre. I only recently in this year completed a restraint reduction course certificate from the Restraint Reduction Network, and that is exactly what it says in the tin. It's looking at how we can young people's programs of care and how we care for young people and how we can reduce restrictions and increase their choice. I'm one of, I think it's 12 possibly now, who have completed some component or a course through the Restraint Reduction Network. So that just kind of signifies what direction we're going in at the moment in special care. We don't take for granted that locks and doors. We look into the relationships, as I said. It's one time young people can really focus on developing themselves, and it gives us the time they have with us gives them an opportunity to do that. So we're very mindful that we don't take for granted that. In terms of say restraint, people would, before I worked in special care, people would have said to me, "Oh, the young people get restrained and then they just get left locked in places." But it's a really kind of a negative perception, which is absolutely not true. I'd love if everybody here could come just for a day to see what actually happens in special care on a day, and it's absolutely not that. It's really kind of intense work with the young people, but it's the relational work that a lot of the speakers have spoken about today. That really is how we see the change in the young people, and I'd say 99.5% of young people don't want to leave, which is reflective of that. It's not where exactly we want to be. We'd like them to be, more engaged and to leave, but it's because they developed. They've now seen themselves in a different light, and they've goals and hopes for the future, and they've got a great backbone of experience that they've had in the special care placement from the time with us. So I hope that answers your question. I kind of go off on tangents. Yeah, because I suppose. Yeah, it is. For the most part, it's the same, and it's a sense of safety that they want that we can't replicate in the community. We can replicate the relational safety, and that's something that we try to do. So we will engage with the staff team on their before their discharge to talk about what worked for us, and to try and support them in replicating those kind of routines and replicating the relational safety, which could potentially help them to keep safe in the community, which is the goal.
Okay, we have another question?
A lot of questions have to be for me, okay? Just because I have the microphone.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for today. And we've students in from SETU, but I don't know who might want to take it, or all of you. But just what advice would you give around models? I've heard the Welltree model is a model, Susan Tusla. Are there other models that students should know about before they come to work in children's residential?
Well, I think each of the different providers have a model of care that they'll be working from. In Pathways, it's called the Pathways model of care. But the models of care tend to be just children-based, and then the theory that goes on behind that, so systemic in practice and you know, with child-centered, and it just gives you a kind of a framework to work from, which is very useful. But each of the individual providers have their own model of care.
Does anyone else want to take?
I suppose from a theoretical perspective, one of the things I don't possibly see enough emphasis on in colleges is attachment theory. It's glanced over. And if we think about a lot of what we were talking about today in terms of relational, it's rooted possibly in that initial dyad. And we work with disrupted attachments. So it's not that you're asking people to come in from college going, oh, that's this. It's to have a strong foundational knowledge on what are the attachment styles, and even our own, because that's where the, as I call it, the collision occurs. Because if we're always pointing the finger, you know, as I always say, if I point one finger at you, it's three pointing back at me. So it's certainly talking more about me. I would definitely say attachment, because we do talk about, there is a lot of stuff in developmental psychology talked about, but probably not a strong enough emphasis on attachment, would be what I would say.
Mine is less of a theory, but it's understanding yourself. I think, you know, one of the challenges that we have with at the moment now, we've seen staff come in who maybe completed their third level during COVID, and maybe didn't have kind of social exposure to life experiences that other students, when they were ready to start in work, had. And I think so much of what we do, you know, as we've talked about today, the relationships, it's around what we bring. So, you know, it's understanding our personal triggers, understanding our values. You know, I had a supervision with a staff member the other day, and I asked her, what are your values? And she wasn't quite sure of what the answer to that was. So, you know, I think understanding yourself, I think, how do we have the capacity to understand the needs of others when maybe we haven't tapped into that piece ourselves? So I think that's vital kind of for engaging in any work with other, you know, especially with vulnerable young people in residential care.
Okay, all right. Okay, if we move on to another question.
This question is for Brenda, because I suppose your most recent, I was just read that you came second on the interview panel for Tusla. I was wondering how you found the process.
Funnily enough, I can't remember much because I had shingles on the day. And that's just dead honest, but I think, again, I had a really, really good placement experience, so I had loads that I could take from that. So any of the questions I was asked, I remember it was kind of split into like 4 categories again. I apologise for not being able to give you the full answer, but I genuinely did have shingles. And if I've ever had shingles, knocks the balls off you. So, but I did take a lot from my experience that I did have from when I was in Smiley Trust, and I was able to bring that in. And to come second on the panel, I think that shows what I did then when I was on placement there. So I would say that in any residential, you're going to find similar experiences to be able to kind of increase your chances if you're doing panel interviews. Sorry, excuse me. I've never spoken to this many people on a microphone before. I didn't even know I was supposed to be on a panel. I hope that answers your question anyway.
Hi, John Fox from Tusla. Just to ask you, what do you think are the important things that we need to consider, particularly around, I know today a lot is about students and people who are, coming into the profession, But to retain people in the profession seems to be quite a challenge. And given your own experience, what do you think are the pieces we need to consider and take on board around retaining staff? Because turnover can sometimes be it is quite high. Just anyone that wants to take it.
John, thanks. I suppose you need to really look at and appreciate what's there and what has worked, for a period of time. So depending on the circumstance, depending on the situation, depending on the setting, look at what has got them to where they are today. Look at the strengths in the team and try and foster those and listen to the people who have the experience and who have worked through it. And as I said earlier, I talked about my college piece about resilience and persevere in a challenging work environments. Talk to the person who's been there for 10 years. Talk to the person who's been there for 15 years. It's not always about monetary. It sometimes is though, which sometimes people can kind of get confused about. It's like, yes, we still have to pay our bills, we still have to pay our mortgages. So it has to be reflected across the board in terms of supports. But it's about talking and engaging with people who have the answers, and it's people who have experienced it, who've lived it, who've worked it, who've been up all night, who've been up all morning, who've struggled and persevered through the challenges. And they're the people who are best placed to probably give that advice and direction.
I think it's really important for the children that are in care that they have some continuity. So you're going to have some kind of natural attrition. You've got, I call them kids, coming out of college, and they come onto the team and they do a few years and then they want to go travelling and they want to do other things, and that's fine. But you need to have a core on your team that's stable, so that you can have a couple of people changing every so often, but every 6 months in my experience has been different in a childcare centre. Kids come and go, staff come and go, but hopefully you've got a core that can hold everything together. And you need to have a good variety of young people, older people, and a good range of cultures as well.
This is kind of high level stuff as well. We talk about systems of trauma. Within systems of trauma, you have systems of fear, because fight, flight, fear. So when we say we have a learning culture, it's take a look. Well, what do we actually mean by it? So one of the things so I can only talk, say, for caretakers, and Tussell and Spector have said there is an evident culture of learning. And when they asked the team why, one thing they said is they won't be punished for a mistake. Now, where I'm going to come to this one is when you work in a risk environment, everything's about risk. But sure, everyone that's getting out of bed this morning going to poke our head, that's a risk. So it's how we approach risk, how we embrace it, how we accept it and lean into it. Because I think people, when you do the exit interviews or you hear, it's just too risky, it's fear-based. And that's just, that contaminates the system. So it's how you create culture. So when you hear, like Rosario's title is People and Culture, how do you create culture? And I suppose it does sit with managers, unfortunately or unfortunately, but we have to accept that all our staff have to be able to make a decision without feeling that they're going to get punished. Now that might sound strange sitting here, because when we're talking about punishment, but we reflect the young people we work with. So our system reflects who it is. So if we've kids that have disrupted attachments, our staff might have disrupted attachments. If they're, what I notice about managing emergency and long term is staff who are drawn to emergency are quick thinkers. So how do you exploit all that? And I use exploitation in a positive sense here, not a negative sense. So that's what I would contribute. But I'd say this gentleman probably has far more to offer in terms of this.
I don't know about that, Paul. People often said to me, you know, as I got older and worked for a good while, like many people here have, you know, you have great experience. But I think, and the blend of staff was mentioned and the experience of staff, but without joking about it, like experience is just something that gives you more time to make a fool out of yourself. And that can happen very easily, and we can get complacent, and some people can get quite arrogant. I think also the nuances of the care situation are such that even what is a failure, or perceived to be a failure, is often not that at all, but to seek out the nuance. And I gave an example at this forum last year, and I'll just give it very, very quickly. One of the most difficult boys that I dealt with in my time, the staff had to deal with him. He was the only boy that ever came in to care, in my experience, that had a book with him. It was one of the Harry Potter books. And he was brilliant, well able to read, and that very articulate, but he broke everybody's heart. He broke his own heart in the context. He broke the hearts of the staff. He ran away. He was brought back by the police. The staff went out and got him, all the usual things that you'd be very familiar with, the difficult situations that you have to deal with. And there was something about it that the HICWA came in, I remember, and were adamant, that this child wasn't doing well in his placement, and perhaps alternatives should be looked at. And alternatives were looked at because they had to be. He was so disruptive that he was disrupting everybody, and he was disrupting the place and his colleagues. And I remember he got on very well with the psychologist, and the day that he was moving on, I happened to be in the foyer of the centre, and she was there with him, and there were tears streaming down his face. And I remember he was saying goodbye to her, and he looked around and he said, I'm really going to miss this place. So it was remarkable. Everybody thought he was a failure, but for him, being where he was, even though he wasn't there half the time, and it was a matter of getting him back, there was obviously something about it that made him say, with tears in his eyes, I'm going to miss this place. So none of us saw it. He didn't see it, and he did move on, and I often wondered what happened to him. But I don't know if you get the point I'm making, that failure, some perceived failure, sometimes is not what it is. And the small differences that you make in a child's life, there won't be major ones, they won't be up in lights or on Broadway, but it'll be remembered, like the example I gave from Katrina O'Sullivan in her book, Poor. Small, random acts of kindness can make a huge difference.
Thanks, Noel. Just looking for Jackie here in the front.
Hi, I'm just wondering now, and leads on from what you said. We said that social care workers are now professionalised, and do we think in line with this, with regulation, standards and paperwork, that this is impacting on our ability to form better relationships with young people now?
Well, the system as it is now, it does interfere, there's no doubt about it. And the HICWAs and the paperwork and all that were all brought in for very good reasons, to countenance what had gone wrong in the past. I think what happened was the swing went too far, and the professional discretion of the staff was diluted. They were made to feel that there was a time, I remember when I worked 30, 40 years ago, where before you went home you did up the logbook or the individual child's notes, and if there was nothing extraordinary, you say, John did very well this morning. Somebody told me lately that, the inspection services won't necessarily be happy with that. You have to tell them how John did well. Now, in any family that, at the end of the day or the end of the night, if there has been nothing extraordinarily wrong, well, there must be something right. And in my book, it's easy for me to say it now because I'm not held accountable for it, except insofar as I now say it. There has to be a better way where the staff spend more time with the children than writing up stuff, which is important and it has its place. But I just wonder sometimes, is it fracturing the relationship? Somebody said to me one time that a child said to them relatively recently, you're always in the office, which I think probably sums it up.
Probably to add to that, if we look to the UK, they are by no means the bastion of great knowledge when it comes to some of this stuff. When you look to, say, like the Monroe Review of Childcare and Child Protection in 2011, Monroe was very, very clear. It's too much paperwork. one of the things that I would often look at in centres is what are you recording, why are you recording it, where are you recording it. Something has to be recorded 6 times, somewhere there's something radically wrong. And I think the thing here is also the difference between guidelines and regulations. So guidelines seem to have been given the power of law. They're not. They're guidelines. They guide our work. It is actually up to us as a body of people to interpret how that comes. And when something goes wrong, normally in reviews, they tend to have a very legalistic response, which is more paperwork. We'll go back to, we're talking about relationships here. They're not with your head on the ground. So I think it's probably, courage is probably needed to actually ask, how can we have a regulated profession that is doing its job, it's accountable for what it's doing, but more importantly, it's caring for some of the most vulnerable people in society. I think it's having the courage to go, how do we implement that policy? Do we need it recorded in 45 places or more? Because often we do things without questioning. So question as well.
Just on that as well, Jackie, as a social care manager observing students coming in, you love to see the students coming in and bringing an energy. And I think often, you know, when we talked about reciprocity earlier on today, I believe that having students come in, they can learn so much from what we can show them, and we can learn so much by what they can tell us about, you know, the proficiencies and like when all this was kind of an idea, the students were top of the class and they were guiding us in ways. I just think sometimes now the students see, I'll just tick that box, I'll mark that proficiency, and that's me done. So I think it's about us all kind of putting our heads together and say, and I think it's brilliant with the course now in Cork, how do we support them in identifying their proficiencies but also seeing the bigger picture of what care is and around those relationship pieces. And I think maybe there's a piece where students who have gotten their qualification and are ready to hit the social care register are proficient to work, but there's a gap between being work ready in that. So kind of, you know, with graduate programs, how we can identify those little gaps. So it's not a big stressful transition from work to employment, and then hopefully long term you'll have that retention, and you'll have people stay on and develop and grow through the agency or organisation.
Okay, Rosario?
Thanks, Mark. Just coming back to the question that was asked in relation to the interviewing process in TUSLA, because I'm conscious there are a number of students here. So just to make an offer, if anybody wants a briefing on the interview process, how we do our selection, mock interviews, anything like that, we'd only be too delighted to put that in place. So don't hesitate to reach out. We'd be very happy to do that for you. Thanks.
Okay, just go around. There's another question.
Hi, I'm Stephen O'Donnell from Pathways Ireland. It's just more of a comment on Noel. I remember a story being told about our Harry Potter boy in Finglas, and I worked under Colette Welch and Declan Doyle. And I remember one day Declan coming into the canteen, all excited to hear that I wanted the chap's name, Harry Potter boy, was becoming a landscape gardener. So, and that's down to the encouragement that he got from the likes of yourself, Noel, and everybody working in Finglas. Students coming in, if you could look at Noel and his professionalism and his care and love that he gives for everybody in social care as well. To our lady, to our lady sitting beside Colette, Barbara, is it? Brenda, you're an inspiration. A true inspiration. Our students and our work colleagues can take half or even a quarter of your enthusiasm. They're going to go a long way. So well done.
That's a really good way to finish, unless anyone else has a question. Okay. We'll move then towards our awards. We'll just take a minute to set up. I'd just like to thank the panel. They were press ganged into. They all thought they were just going to get away with it. And when I tapped them on the shoulder as they came in, I was not the favourite person on the thing. So listen, just a round of applause for Pam. Thanks very
The awards section of the ceremony, and just on behalf of myself, and I'm Debbie Vaughan from Pathways Ireland, the other judges David Power and Sarah Roberts, we just want to say thanks for the high level of kind of really amazing nominations that were sent in. We had the award ceremony last year and we actually extended it this year to include more awards just due to the kind of volume of people we wanted to thank for the services that they give to the young people in residential services. So there's 10 awards altogether, and we're going to start with the students. So we have three students awards, but we'll start with two of them, and they're for the second and third year student awards. So they aim to recognise students that have successfully completed the placement in children's residential services and performed to an excellent standard in their ability to develop relationships with young people, and then their ability to also be able to integrate theory into practice and what that actually looks like on the floor. And both students that are receiving the award were nominated by their college lecturers, and the words they had to say about them were lovely. I think it showed their ability to be able to do all the things that we need our social care graduates coming out to work in residential to be able to do. So the second year student completed her placement in Tuesday in Ballydowd. She displayed the highest level of emotional maturity and resilience throughout what we all know is a very challenging environment. She used the interests of the young people to successfully implement an intervention that was looking at their future goals, and as everyone kind of spoke about today, it's about knowing those interested kids to build that relationship. And she showed that she was able to do that. She found her likes and she used it to support the young person. She developed her self-awareness throughout her placement and critically reflected on her own role, values, beliefs and responses in particular situations. She exceeded the expectations in terms of how she worked with the young people. And I know just from chatting to people earlier, particularly for second year students, they were amazed by her level of emotional maturity and how much she was ready to give to the young people. Feedback also from the young people in the service identified that she always had time for them and she met them where they were at. So I'd like to welcome Shirley Ross from Pathways Ireland up to stage to present the award for the second year student placement to Tony McNulty from TUD Blanchardstown. Hamilton Rowan CPS, and she showed innovation in her intervention through the application of theory to practice, but recognising the need to adapt interventions to work with a very young cohort of young people living in residential care. She plays a key role in implementing a multi-sensory approach through play to reduce the presenting risk to young person, and she did this in a way that the young people could understand through using teddy bears. And it was a lovely, very social care intervention that she used to do that. Oftentimes in social care, things can get very complex, but she really showed her ability to bring it back to the basics with the young people. She used a person-centred approach to develop relationships with the children. She learned about boundaries and sought support from the social care team on how to implement boundaries in a very child-friendly way, which we all know with children of that age can be very hard to do because they want to know everything about you. She excelled in the area of self-care and used team meetings to support the development of her own professional identity as a social care worker. So we're very happy to welcome Caroline Gray, CEO of Ashdale Care, to present the award for third year student placement to Sorka Fagan of CSU Carlow. Is the Student Innovation Awards, and it looks at placement interventions. It was a new category that we added this year because I suppose a lot of the students that come in to work with us in residential care, they bring new ideas and a bit of life back into the centre. Sometimes we get stuck in our ways, but the students kind of refresh that and bring that to life and bring new ideas and interventions that they're learning through updated theory in college. So we decided that we were going to introduce this award to recognise the students who had successfully completed the placement intervention to an excellent standard with their placements. And this included that understanding of the integration of theory into practice and the ability to develop relationships with the young people. So the student receiving this award completed her placements with Smiley's Trusts. She recognised the importance of therapeutic nurturing relationship and designed an intervention that aimed to support the relationship development with the young person that had only recently been admitted to the centre and was seeking female nurture. So the person who's receiving the award is going to say a few words about their intervention, but I'd like to welcome Martine Thornton to present the award for the most innovative intervention to Leah Breen.
Outside saying I remembered him coming into my college in first year and doing a talk. Worlds collide. Just very different than presentations in class. But hello, I'm Leah Breen. So I'm currently finishing my last year in college and I've studied applied social care the last 3 years in TUD Tala. I've always strived to work with people and young people my whole life, so when I was introduced to social care it felt like a calling. I thank you all for welcoming me here today to receive this award. It is an absolute honour, and thank you to the panel for selecting me as this year's winner, and a big congratulations to all the other nominees. I'd also like to thank my lecturers and my class who've helped me develop into the social care worker I am now today, and students, and as well as my friends and family who've supported me throughout my whole journey. So practice placement is very challenging. Us as students are being introduced to the world of social care, balancing our own lives, our family lives, our part-time work, academic research, all while giving 110% to our organisation and our new service users and building them very fundamental relationships. I was no exception. I had to learn how to juggle every aspect of my life, and while also having time for self-care and looking after my own well-being throughout. There's one but it's still a privilege to take part in. I had an incredible guidance from my practice educator and my whole social care working team. They gave me fundamental learning on placement that will carry with me throughout my whole social care career. My practice educator helped me believe in myself and my own abilities, which has grew my confidence immensely. And I hope to pass on this learning to any students I encounter in the future. I was employed by my organisation after my placement, and the learning I have gained since becoming a social care worker has been phenomenal. I can truly say I love being a social care worker despite all the challenges we face. Having the privilege to change young people's stories and create beautiful memories within their homes is something I'll never take for granted. So when I walked into Racefield House, I was truly inspired by the space. I did not feel like I was in a centre, but I felt like I was in a home, and was a welcome space which I had the potential to use to nurture young people, which is exactly what I did with my service user. I met my service user at a time of change in the residential service. A new resident was moving in, which was triggering the service user I worked with, whom Nain did not feel happy with the lack of female residents. From listening to their voice, they felt they were not happy within the community, and a lot of challenging behaviour began to reoccur. This service user was known to self-isolate and was very disengaged at the time of planning. I wanted to restore relationships and introduce my new ways to cope in a positive way in my intervention. So I planned my intervention in partnership with the service user. I gave them the impression that they were the lead role in this project, and it was a good idea. It was my ideas, but on their terms, and all my ideas stemmed from knowing them and getting to know them through placement. After a lot of brainstorming, we created a plan together, and we created the idea of a pajama PJ night, a pamper PJ night in Racefield. The significant aim of this intervention was to use healthy female relationships that are existing between the service user and the Racefield team as a tool to help the service user find a sense of self within the house of Racefield, create enjoyable memories in Racefield, and use beauty as a tool to demonstrate how self-care can be used as self-regulation. I used a strength-based approach as I looked at the lens of what my service user was good at instead of looking at what they weren't good at. In the case of the young person, it was beauty. The night of the intervention, we used beauty pamper items such as face masks. We did each other's eyebrows and nails, and these are all acts of self-care. Although the service user was already aware of this, it was a great opportunity to teach how self-care can be used to reset, calm us, and make ourselves feel better in times of stress, and how small acts of kindness towards ourselves can make a difference. What I was doing within the intervention there was scaffolding, which is a theory of Vygotsky's that I say a lot of students are going to hear over and over again, but it was a big part of showing how we can use everyday activities to make ourselves feel better. And we discussed this at length that evening. I introduced also the use of mindfulness colouring during the intervention. I did this to give healthy coping mechanisms of stress to the service user, and I also partook in this activity with them. It gave an opportunity to also speak about topics such as mental health and mindfulness. I personally knew the benefit of this activity as that was something I would do in the evening during my placement to maintain my own mental health and peace. The environment was a huge factor in the intervention. I had created a calm environment by playing calm music, and me and my colleagues were also in our pyjamas along with the service user, and used cool tone lighting in the sitting room and made the experience as enjoyable as possible by making treats that I knew the service user would enjoy. Although this was an educational experience, it was also about creating memories within the house so the service user could see the space as their own, and in time they were describing feeling alienated in. It was a self-made space, safe space, where safe adults doing activities they enjoy and take pride in doing. This is the zone of proximate development. I thought the intervention was successful, as there was a change in dynamic towards the end of the night. The service user had the option to invite the other residents in to watch a movie and join the pamper night, which they did, and this was fundamental as it was restoring the community, and we used a therapeutic community approach in my organisation. I could also see the use of the colouring books through by placement also. Before going on placement, I remember being told we are our best tool on placement. That night I've seen exactly that, how my own traits and coping mechanisms were being transferred into my placement. As a student, we are told we can't look after others without being able to look after ourselves, which is why self-care is so important for us as well as our service users. If I was to do the intervention again, I would introduce the use of self-care assessments. My college had these in Mental Health Week, and it was like a tally of to check your own self-care, are you doing enough for it? Now we did Rob and bring it into the service a few weeks ago, and it worked, and it was a good prompt to talk about self-care and make other people reflect on their self-care. There's so much space for creativity in social care. We have the power as professionals to use the theory we understand to promote healing and the use of creativity and creative arts. Having a positive impact on young people is a superpower, and it's something us all here today as professionals should be proud of. I've learned so much today of every single person I've had the privilege to listen or speak to today, and thank you so much again.
Okay, we move on then to the team awards. So the team awards aim to recognise teams within residential care that provide valuable support to the young people in their care and are exceptional in areas such as performance as a team, communication, role modelling and overcoming significant challenges. So in this award category there's going to be 2 winners, and then we have an overall winner out of those 2 groups. So the first team to receive the award are a shining example of what it means to lead with purpose, unity and heart. They're one of the most respected teams within their private organisation, and they've consistently demonstrated resilience, integrity and deep commitment to the young people that they work with who have very complex needs. They're true role models, known for their mutual respect, strong relationships and unwavering support of each other. They're very focused on child-centred care, creatively engaging young people and having consistent practice, and this is what sets them apart. As a team, they've been incredibly effective, communicating seamlessly, supporting one another and achieving what can be seen as life-changing outcomes for the young people in their care. Their recent success in helping a young person transition to adulthood is a testament to their impact. Always open to innovation, they've led the way in adopting new systems and inspiring others to embrace change. And for their passion, teamwork and excellence, I'd like to welcome Natalia Jackson from Orchard Care to present the award for the best team to Drumbeena House from Ashdown. To receive the award work with some of the most vulnerable young people within residential services. They're described as a dedicated and progressive team, and they're an exceptional example of what it means to lead with integrity, purpose and innovation in one of the most challenging care environments. They respond to the highest level of risk and to the most vulnerable young people, and this team has created a culture that's grounded in safety, compassion and excellence. Their consistent focus on reducing restrictive practices, enhancing youth participation and promoting wellbeing has resulted in both outstanding national and international recognition, including becoming the only second childcare service in Europe to achieve TCI Fidelity. They've also received awards for their leadership in care models, innovation and staff experience. Through outstanding coordination, trust and a clear shared vision, they continue to inspire others by demonstrating what's possible when dedication, innovation and collective leadership come together. So I'd like to welcome David Power from Prava to present the award of the best team to Clonard Nua. of young people in their care, but we can only have one overall winner. So the overall women's team's success is not by chance. It's a result of a deeply united team where every member across every grade takes ownership of their shared mission to support young people. Their work goes beyond compliance, it's life-changing for the young people, setting a new standard that's being shared across the sector. They are not only changing outcomes for young people, they're changing the narrative for special care in Ireland and beyond. So we'd like to invite John Fox up to the stage to present the overall team winner award to Connacht Nua. Awards category is the individual awards for social care workers. So again, we've 2 individual awards but an overall winner. So they aim to recognise and reward individuals working in children's residential services that have made an outstanding and valuable contribution to children living in care and children's residential services as a whole. So the awards are based on the individuals going above and beyond their everyday role to provide excellence in care, leadership and inspiration to their colleagues. So the first person to receive the awards was nominated by their colleague within TUSLA. He's worked with young people for 34 years, 24 of these being within his current TUSLA centre. He's dedicated the past 24 years to the centre, not just as a manager, but as a mentor, a listener and a role model. A testament to his ability to build relationships is the fact that many adults who previously called the centre their home often come back for a cup of tea and a chat with their own children to visit him. He was chosen for this award due to his ability to develop lifelong relationships and placing children at the centre of every decision that's made. In addition to this, he supports the local community by playing Santa every Christmas. This embeds the residential centre within the community and promotes a sense of community spirit. And as we know, residential centres sometimes in the community can get a bad name, and so it further enhances, I suppose, the reputation of residential services. So he's described as a person who's child-centred and has an innate ability to engage with young people. So I'd like to welcome Jackie McLaughlin from TUSLA to the stage to present the award for the individual social care worker to Declan Emery. She's described as a true role model whose dedication, compassion and innovation has transformed lives. She's an inspiration to her colleagues through her calm leadership and unwavering advocacy for the young people. She not only listens, but she acts, creating practical solutions, like she developed a new medication recording process that's improved the well-being of young people. She mentors staff nationwide within her service, and she does this with empathy and skill. Her advocacy ensures that every young person is truly heard, while her innovative spirit has brought ideas like the regional sports day to an interactive life skills programme, turning vision to lasting impact. So I'd like to welcome Joan O'Brien from TUSLA to the stage to present the award for the individual social care worker to Pauline Harrison from Orchard.
up an opportunity to speak. And there's a few of you here. So I suppose just coming today just reminds me of being in school. And I was a girl who grew up in Ballymun, in the flats, and just to say, like when I was asked by a guidance counsellor, what do you want to do with your life, Pauline? What are you good at? And truth be told, the only reason I was in front of a guidance counsellor was because I refused to do religion class because I didn't see a need for it, so I said I'll get out of this now. So, you know, what can I do instead of this? So I'll go and I'll have a chat with the career guidance counsellor. She said, what are you good at? Me not knowing who I was, said people. So that's how I landed in social care. She forced me to go down that route. So I suppose just for today, I feel honoured and shocked to win this award. To be even considered after only 2.5 years in my management role is overwhelming. I'm so grateful for the experiences that working with young people has given me, always reminding me that respect is not just given, it's earned. In our house, we start every day on the here and now, the team of the day always being unconditional positive regard. I tell my team to leave their expectations, morals and values at the door, because trauma has no room for that. So to the organisation that considers all my proposals with an open mind and an empathetic heart, even when we managed to get a young person to Spain for a holiday who could not even go out locally without issue before coming to us. With special mention, would like to thank my regional director, Roisin Kieran, the boss woman, and CEO Natalie Jackson, the big boss woman, for here with me today from Orchard Care Group, for consistently reminding me why I chose this crazy, unpredictable career and standing by me while I try to make a change in it. Sorry, I'm very nervous. So just to say, I didn't come this way without a lot of people's input. So Marie Call was one of my managers from Panagluin. Martin would have mentored me all through, bless his heart. And William O'Rourke, who I met on the floor when he was the manager of Uller House, many moons ago before Tusla even existed. Just to say that I wouldn't be here without everybody's input. So just, I suppose when the guidance counsellor asked this young girl from Ballymun what she was good at, and she said people, little did I know that I was. So thank you.
Again, we had 2 exceptional nominees that won this award, but we did have to choose one winner between the 2. So the overall winner award recognising how this person's presence, leadership and compassion has left a mark and last on countless lives. Their unwavering commitment to put the young people first, natural warmth and ability to lead with both strength and kindness have made them a pillar of their community. This person has a profound and enduring impact on the lives of children, and it's for this reason that we're delighted to welcome Rosarie Mannion to the stage to present the award for the overall winner to Declan Henry.
In my spare time, I'm a Dublin hurling and football referee, and I was refereeing Dave's son a few weeks ago. I'm glad now I didn't send him off. I did give him a yellow card, but I didn't send him off because I told him I knew who his father was. Come here just to say thanks very much. And I was listening to John at the start, and he said humour is a great part of maybe what residential care is, and we should laugh a lot and try and make it joyous. And I was watching Spike Milligan there on a programme recently where he won an award, and after absolutely insulting the present King of England, he said, I didn't get help from anyone, I done it all my own way. And I thought it was brilliant. But to stand here today, I'm so thankful to a huge amount of people. I'd like to thank Maureen, my line manager, for what's the word? Nominate me, that's the word, nominate me. I'll get her back one of these days, don't you worry. But it's down to the dedication of whole teams of people, from Helen down to Michelle and to Garrett and to Maureen. And then the team in Willowview, we have an exceptional team. A lot of them have well over 20 years service. Actually, 2 of the staff about 2 weeks ago both celebrated, I think it was either 36 or 37 years in Willowview, which is a huge achievement. Gives great stability. And I had a look at I was looking at our register the other day. People will be delighted to hear that. But 50 young people have come through Willowview since I started there. And it's been an absolute privilege to be part of 50 young people's lives. And I hope that we've left something to each one of them. And we're very lucky that a lot of them young people still come back from that very first bunch of young people that were there. One girl still comes back regularly to see us. And it's a great testament to the staff group and the thing is the longevity and the people that are there, it allows the kids to come back, and I'm very grateful. And I suppose maybe I haven't done everything wrong, and I will say this, my family or my wife and my children are very supportive, and maybe I haven't done too bad a job in that one of my daughters is a social care worker as well, and just say thanks very much.
Is the Lifetime Achievement Awards. So the Lifetime Achievement Award honours an individual who's made a profound and lasting contribution to children's residential care through their use of creativity, innovation, support, leadership and responsiveness to the needs of the service. So we had a huge number of nominations that all really deserved to get this award, and it was really difficult for us because all of the nominees demonstrated their commitment to working with the children. So we just wanted to mention everybody that was nominated for this award before we announced the winner. So the individuals nominated for the Lifetime Achievement Award were Ben Cullivan. Ben dedicated 21 years of exceptional service, progressing from a social care worker to a social care leader. Known for his punctuality, efficiency and professionalism, he positively impacted the lives of many young people with empathy, connection and humour. A reliable and supportive team player, especially to his work family in Tiernan Oak. Ben's always gone above and beyond to help his colleagues, and as he approaches his retirement, his remarkable contribution and lasting legacy deserves recognition and a heartfelt thanks. So Bernadine Smithers then, so she was affectionately known as Beano, am I pronouncing that correctly? Yeah. Bernadine was the heart of Connaught New Special Care Service from 2006 until her passing earlier this year. With deep empathy, sharp wit and unwavering dedication, she touched the lives of countless young people and colleagues. Being was a natural in social care, always going above and beyond, whether supporting young people through crisis, baking Oreo truffles, or spending Christmas in the hospital with a young person's lives while they were having their baby. She led with compassion, humour and humility, championed peer support through the toughest times, and she made every young person feel truly special. Beano's legacy lives on through the lives she's changed, and she's remembered with great love and admiration. Colette Hughes has nearly 30 years working in social care. She's dedicated her career to transforming the lives of vulnerable children, especially the neurodivergent young people under the age 12 that have complex needs. She's a creative leader with compassionate mentor, and she's inspired countless professionals and championed child-centred therapeutic care through the private residential sector. Claire has developed pioneering services, led with integrity and creativity, and consistently placed the voice of the child at the heart of every decision. Even after retiring as a centre manager in 2025, she continues to influence the field through consultation work. Her legacy of advocacy, leadership and dedication has touched the lives of all those who have crossed her paths. Magella Rogers has dedicated again nearly 30 years to supporting vulnerable young people and children and shaping Ireland's social care sector. She's a leader, mentor and advocate, and has managed crisis intervention services, influenced national policy and inspired countless professionals. Known for her positivity, kindness and unwavering commitment, Magella has a lasting legacy on the profession. With her retirement ahead in 2026, her remarkable contribution has to be acknowledged. Roisin Kieran has 19 years working with young people in care, providing leadership, creativity and commitment to excellence. At Orchard Residential Care, she's led a groundbreaking aftercare programme restructure, which is now a national model, and creates staff development initiatives that strengthen the care and resilience across their services. Her impact does extend beyond Orchards through her work with Social Care Ireland and National Standards Development, and she's also helped shape the future of social care in Ireland. Respected as an inspiring and committed leader, Roisin has demonstrated a deep commitment to children and families she works with. Ian Bell has brought his life experience to residential care through many of the jobs that he had previous to that, when he joined Ashdale Care in 2010. He rose through the ranks to manager, in a role he's held since 2014, and he's shown consistent commitment to the young people on his team, even through the sector-wide challenges that we've all been facing recently. Known for his calm and thoughtful leadership and thinking outside of the box, Ian ensures young people's voices are always at the centre of decisions that are made. His impact extends beyond, again, his service with ongoing international collaboration as a care educator with Cornell University. Ian is a mentor, role model and an advocate for young people and his team. We'll move on to our awards winner then. So our awards winner has committed 46 years to working in Sherard House with some of the most vulnerable children. So we're delighted to welcome Vivian Malloy up to the stage to say a few words for Bairn.
Hey everyone, I'm Vivian. Just have a few words to say about where I joined Sherard House as a voluntary organisation in December of last year, and it's after many years working in the social care sector. So to everyone who is here today in a student capacity, who's starting their careers, to everyone who spoke, to the organisers, thanks a million, because you're all fabulous people in a fabulous sector. And speaking of fabulous people, yes indeed, some of us have worked a long time but not a lifetime in the sector. And for Bernie, it is really a celebration of the fact of her longevity and consistency and consideration and concern and care and love and nurturing for hundreds and hundreds of young people who have travelled through Sherard House. And also the staff that Bernie has worked with over those years, who have also in their large numbers gone on to either stay in consistency and support of the service, or gone on to do other fabulous things like open their own services, continue to work in Tulsa, work in the voluntary and private sectors, providing wonderful services. The service itself, in 1969, on a street called Sherard in Dublin city centre, a man called Father Fergal O'Connor opened long-term children's residential services. So the service at the time was known as the Homeless Girls Society, and over time eventually became registered as Sherard House. Just looking at the service, after 9 years of operation, and in 1978, December to be exact, a woman called Bernadette started working in the house, and she was one of 4 staff that worked in that with 20 children. Over time, in 1991, the ratio of staff to children turned 14 children and 11 staff. In 1998, 12 long-term children and 2 emergency placements were available, and in 2002 it changed to its current status of its short-term and emergency services. Today there are 17 staff and 4 children, so the ratios have completely flipped. It actually takes less children to look after 17 staff than it did back then. But on the fabulousness of the occasion and everybody's participations, and when I say everybody, we're back to the many mentions of identity, intrinsic self, true self. It really is about fabulous people being able to work in a very dynamic sector. And I made the nomination with support from the staff team and also my own observations after many years of working in the sector, coming into an environment which had been managed by the one individual for almost 50 years. And understanding how fabulous and amazing a service it is, and then also understanding how many diverse and many services that they are out there. And it is vital that everybody continue to work in the sector and continue their contribution. And on this occasion, the award for the lifetime achievement in it going to Burr, I think is absolutely appropriate. And I congratulate her on her long career in the sector, and I wish everybody else the best in theirs.
Welcome William O'Rourke from TUSO onto the stage to present the award for the Lifetime Achievements.
This afternoon to accept this award. When I first began working with young people in residential care all those years ago, I certainly wasn't thinking about awards. I was thinking about how to make a difference, even a small one, in the lives of young people who already faced far too many challenges and trauma for their age. Over the years I've been privileged. I've had the privilege of working alongside some truly remarkable young people, brave, resilient, funny, creative individuals who taught me as much, if not more, than I ever taught them. Thank you for trusting us, challenging us, and letting us be part of your story. They are the real inspiration behind this recognition. Every challenge, every success, every smile, every small step forward has been a shared achievement. I also want to thank my colleagues, mentors, friends, and our friends in TUSO who walked this journey with me and believing in us. As an organisation, working in residential care is never a solo effort. It takes a whole team of caring, committed individuals who show up every day with patience, empathy and hope. You've all been part of every good thing that's happened along the way, and I've been very lucky to work with some of the very best. To all the organisations and leaders who continue to invest in young people's well-being and believe in their potential, thank you. Most of all, I wish to thank my family. Their love, patience and encouragement have carried me through the long days and the hard times. Without their support, I would not have done this work for many years. This award may have my name on it, but it truly belongs to every young person who's ever dared to believe that life can be a bit better, and to everyone who stood beside them on that path. I also wish to thank our team, and as we're saying here, that we've a lot of people that are with us for a long time, 20, 10, 15, all those team, but especially to Esther, who has worked alongside me as deputy manager for 33 years. With all our debates, our discussion, and some of them are quite tough ones, to come to a consensus has paid off. And I thank everybody for everything and wish you all the best in the future.
Okay, before you head off, right?
I'd just like to thank you all for coming. This is the second time we've kind of held this, and and certainly listening to those awards and listening to the people who won those awards, like, it really is inspirational. It's just a credit to all those who work in Res Care. And I think certainly, you know, one of the challenges of Res Care is we do get a bad reputation. It's always there when it's always there to be knocked, and it's days like this that can change the needles, you know, somewhat. So congratulations to everybody who's won the awards or even nominated themselves for awards. So I'm delighted to see that. I'd like to thank the kind of Visual Arts Centre. It's a really, really good venue. We were kind of surprised how good it was. So thanks very much to all the staff here, and thanks to Lennon's for the catering, which was excellent. The awareness is for a week also. There is other, you know, presentations that will be online, and I'd like you to maybe join in on them and listen to them. They'd be great. I won't give you a full kind of repertoire of what is there, because we're still getting, you know, input. So we will have that up, you know, kind of maybe late tonight or early tomorrow morning. And certainly I would like to thank all the kind of award sponsors. You know, it is good to see kind of so many awards. It's good to see all the organisations getting involved in that. And I'd like to thank the People in Change Directorate for sponsoring the awards and the other award sponsors. The key speakers today and the online presenters, you know, you've shared great information. You've shared really, really good stories, and you've shared your enthusiasm. So thanks very much for that. Obviously, residential care, we work 365, we work 24/7, we work Christmas Day, Patrick's Day and that. So therefore we can never have an event where we get everybody into a room. So what we would like to do is, you know, for us to kind of share, for other teams to be involved, if you could have run a coffee morning, if you could run, you know, something in your residential unit, take pictures, send them in to us, send them into, you know, and we will kind of pull them together. It was done last year. It was really, really good to see. We'd like to see that going out a bit more. So if you could do that, that would be excellent. I would certainly like to thank my colleagues on the group that has kind of worked throughout the year to kind of pull this together. You were excellent. I particularly like to thank Anne, who kind of really did shoulder a lot of the burden of the work, Anne. So thanks very much for that. Yeah. But again, Res Care, we do need to get the word out. It is a good place to work. You do see the strength of the teams that work in residential care, and if this is the one takeaway that you take from today, it is about the quality of the teams, the quality of the people you're going to meet, the great experiences you're going to have with the young people, and that resilience is working through some of those bad experiences to turn them into good experiences. This should not be a one-day event, and please God, we'll be seeing us all back next year. So listen, thanks very much. Thank you.